What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back in action here, just having a good time, just playing some games and casting some games, actually. That's what we're mostly doing these days. We're going to be casting a bunch of the weekend wage matches that we missed on the day of, finally getting back to that. And we'll also be casting some very exciting 1v1 pro games that I got coming at you guys. Hope everybody's Friday is going well so far. I know it's Friday afternoon, so kind of end of the work week for a lot of people. But hey, I've been working today. I did a bunch of audio-visual stuff today. Very cool. And we got a little bit of an update as well. Before I get too far into any one thing, however, I will remind you guys we are still looking for financial support for the show matches that we got cooking. So if you want to send us any cash money, that would be highly appreciated. We do the link at streamlabs.com/Chronogo. If you want to go ahead and fill up our goal, would be much appreciated there. We're at 66 out of 170, and I know we got a couple of people who are still interested in supporting us for that, so that is very epic if you guys can do it. We already had Vilius, Lucy, and Jujic in the chat citing those players. How the hell are you guys? This show match is actually going to feature some donations from Jujic, but it's not the financial kind. It's the map kind. Very awesome. I will actually be putting the finishing touches on a map that I'm making specific for the show match when the time comes to it, when we're we're done with all the casting today. So I shall get ready. Jimmy getting BTFO as always. Can't believe it. All right. So today we have some more best of ones to get through. We've casted all of the series that were to be casted. So first up we have Sausage and Grass Eater duking it out. That's going to be interesting. You know, unfortunately, Grass Eater kind of drew a rough bracket if you think about it. It was Sausage first, which is a winnable matchup, but one that would require a lot of effort from him to do. I think, it would be a slight upset, right? And then he also had to go a step further and fight against, I think it was Godweed in the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll take a look at that as we get through some of the matches we didn't cast. So our first couple matches here are going to be the upper bracket, but the lower bracket's coming up, and that's where most of our matches are going to be there. Ooh, there you go. Might be ready to drop by the end of the stream if his fingers hold out. Yeah, listen, you got like 5 hours. Pace yourself. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Okay, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. You know how things go around here. We are sitting pretty watching some Cosmonarchy. I do have to set up the Twitch Gamba for you guys, but I'll do that in a moment. That'll give people time to get ready and get rolling. We've got Sausage in the top right as our Celadon Protoss, and Grass Eater in the bottom left as our Scarlet. No, it's Tomato this time for realsies. Tomato Zerg. I'm going to have to study the color differences there. And this is Frosted Forest, a map by Biddy. going to be a Kagrant into Larvosk into Pool, I think. Everything should be pretty good there. So let's go ahead and get our prediction stuff set up. Pull that up in my other window. You know, I love me some predictions. I love me some Twitch chat gamba. Sausage versus Grass Eater. And I feel like overall, you know, I'm looking at these two players and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, Sausage is, you know, a cut above, but how far ahead is he? How far ahead is he really? So that's what I want to identify with this particular cast. Now, it is only a best of one, so it's not like the winner here is going to be... they can say, oh yeah, I was better for like an entire year or something. It was better for one match. It was better for one match. But we'll see how handily Sausage deals with this. As he's going for his second gateway and a Legionnaire out of his first. Both players workers scouting. Pool coming about halfway complete. That Legionnaire will be a little bit late to the party, I think, to try to do any damage. Does remind me, the last time we saw in like a tournament or close to tournament setting, I believe, Sausage versus Zerg was against Cannoli in the Battlement stage, and he tried to Legionnaire Warden Rush a hatch first, and of course Cannoli was not having it. He just said, nope. Shopkeeper Dog saying BO1 is the only thing that proves anything. You know, he did start off 1-0 versus Shambler and Neblime and Aoud. So I guess, yeah, maybe. He would have been in the top 4 of the last Acropolis if the lower bracket was best of one. Immediately overwhelmed by Zethicors, beset upon by a horde. The Legionnaire is a few hits away from death. We'll see if it can escape for real. But my money's not on that just yet. We do have 2 gates being added here. This is a very committed all-in, and you can tell that Sausage is happy to let the Zeths go on a bit of a wild goose chase. Really hard to tell when the pathable terrain actually begins and ends on this map. So I think under another map, maybe Grass Eater would have had the wherewithal to like surround at a choke or something, but then maybe Sausage would have pathed differently too. So either way, we're not going to see too much else going on here. We rarely see those side passageways, so that's another thing where players are probably not going to be very familiar with them. Currently, we got 10 Zeths bearing down upon the base, but, I mean, the gateway is not likely to ever go down. Although I will point out, incomplete structures don't receive shields back from the Ecclesiast, so that's sort of helpful. Quaz clean that back up at home. No worries whatsoever from the low HP Legionnaire running in. And the gateway will finish up here. Capping his gas on one base. Well, he is 4-gate on one base, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I don't know. The Hydra's then coming out makes me feel like Grass Eater is going to have some reasonable amount of military units pretty soon. But I kind of want him to just sit here and expand. I don't even necessarily want him to use the Hydrathin just yet. But he doesn't have a Zeths in a position to scout an army move out, and he did scout 4-gate. So he's, well, I guess he probably only scouted 3. Zeth's vision range is very poor. He might not have seen that one on the far end. But I don't think you win against a 4-gate by trying to out-1-base him. So I'm glad to see Grass Eater dispatch a hatch, draw left to make a hatch, even though he did make 5 Hydras first, so. It's a little bit more delayed than I would have personally been comfortable with, but I can also see the idea. Now he's going to get in a far deeper scout, see the Matrix, see the Sedon, and the 4th gateway, if he didn't see that before. He's actually adding more Hydras before the hatch. He wants to make sure he doesn't die to a move out. And I respect that approach as well, but both players going to be expanding at the same time. And I feel like Grass Eater could have had the same Hydra count at the same time, but having a hatch almost complete now, that would be the big difference there. And you think about, you know, spreading the K-Grid this direction. Honestly, I would not hate an Ovaleth here, just to degen a K-Grint over. Those Zeths are waiting in the wings. They will end up coming in here and seeing what's up. Sausage does notice it with that. He's actually pulling his entire army back, which is definitely overkill, but this is a unconfirmed damage is what we would call this in something like Counter-Strike, for example. You throw a grenade over the wall and you don't know it did damage, but it did. That's basically what he just did here. Because Grass Eater has no idea that this army is out in the map. For all he knows, it didn't turn back around at all, but in fact it has. So this does actually look pretty good for Grass Eater to hold. He's going to make more Hydras. Loses a few Zeths for the early warning system there, but he's still able to bring his Hydras to bear, and this is going to be way too much damage for the Ecclesiasts to deal with. So it does feel like Sausage is overcommitting here in a big way, actually. He's still charging in. Grass Eater's kind of letting him. He could just be focusing down the Zealots, and then the Ecclesiast would have nothing left to do. So a bit more cost-efficient than we thought the Protoss would be, but still pretty poor at the end of the day. And now the Hydra Flood can commence if that's something Grass Eater wants. Instead, he's going to make some workers. He has made some Hydras. And because he lost so many in that fight, more than he maybe needed to with a little bit of Stutter Step micro, it does feel like a situation where Sausage should be able to hold. He's making double Ardent, as well as a completed Embassy should allow him to get more workers up if he needs it. One more dead Ecclesiast. We've got 4 more returning home. A reasonable number of Zealot Ecclesiasts, but there's still a lot of Hydras here, so Sausage is definitely in danger, and his Ardent Authority that is complete is not actually making anything yet. Big problem right now for our Protoss. And again, you know, Grass Eater is taking these stutter steps backwards, but he's falling backwards, but he's not doing any micro. And that, I think, is a whiff there, but he's just going to go ahead and saturate his natural to whatever degree he can. He's got 14 workers on minerals. I only selected 13, but there was a 14th. And yeah, he's just kind of posturing around. Azeth does make it into the base and see what's up. Although he didn't scout the Ardents up here in the corner. Just going to burrow off there in the side. Zealot, tantalizingly close, but will not spot it. A little bit of an arc of the Hydras here, but now there are more Zealots where that came from. Still, this fight can be pretty good for the Zerg, but the Hydras are splitting their focus and splitting their damage, so they are just going to get run over. That's kind of the concern I was having about Grass Eater's position. It felt like he was in a spot he could just roll over the Protoss. You can see all that split damage is being healed by the Ecclesiasts on the shielding, so not really as useful as he would have wanted it to be. Many more workers. Now he can try to set up another array of static defense. I was a little bit shocked that he even went for this, when he could have just made more Larvosk or Hatch and had more Hydra for that first fight, and he would have been totally fine. Static defense is fine, I guess, if they're going to try to run by this block, but then that means that you've made 2 more workers worth of static defense than you needed to. Grass Eater does almost have enough to grab himself a Larvosk. In fact, he could do it now. There it is. And it does look like it will be some Circuits. He's also started harvesting Vespene from his natural. That's something that Sausage actually has not even done yet. But he's making double Ardent Positron, and the Positrons will definitely do a lot more damage to the Hydras than the Zealots and Ecclesiasts already were. If Grass Eater had Bactylisks right now, that would be fine. Yeah, the Zeth spotting the Positrons should make Grass Eater concerned for this position. So far, he's done a lot of damage to some hull damage to some Zealots, but aside of clearing one of them, that was it. If he had Bactylisks, he could take these kinds of fights and try to deal with the fact that the Positron doesn't have as much armor as you would think, and so its durability can be brought into question. Almost feels like he needs Vorvs as well. Zeki's definitely shown that before. The Hydras come in and pick another Zealot, but they are going to start to splatter. Yeah, starting to trade, like, even Zealots for Hydras. Not really what you want in the position where Grass is in right now, but it's still okay. I mean, he's got a lot of money. He's going to expand, take a 3rd base, right? And it looks like the Positron drop is now in. So how quickly will this turn into real economic damage? Grass Eater's still down in workers, by the way. All his Zephyr are gutted in the middle as the Hydras come on back. Try to shoo away the Envoy. It ends up unloading. That Kagran could go down, but I guess now not anymore. So at the end of the day, it was only 4 dead workers, but obviously a lot of lost mining time. Positrons will actually get cleaned, and now the attack is happening in the front of the map. And this is where those extra circuits are actually going to help out more than maybe Sausage would expect. His Zealots are trying to focus them down, but now the Hydras are wailing on them, and there's so many more than Sausage thought before. Look at how many more extra Hydras hatched. We got 24 of the things. They just can't even be looked at right now. Mulched, and not a single worker was killed by that ground force, and he's going to lose a Positron on the way out. That ends up working out quite nicely here for a Zerg player. A very back-and-forth affair, a bit of a sloppy attack. The drop was pretty good at first, but obviously it took a little bit too long for Sausage to get significant kills, and it was a quick reaction from Grass Eater to evacuate his workers, killing more Positrons on the way out. Yeah, that's 2 more going down. Remember, those are the things that are supposed to fight the Hydra stack, and right now it feels like Sausage is moments away from just being bowled over here. And a Cantor is on the way. We do have some Zealots. The Positrons are 3 strong. That can be pretty powerful. The Nexus is coming in at the sort of interior low ground, and the Zephyr is actually coming in for a scout. Maybe it can heckle something over here, but there are matrices, so I guess not. Now he's going to try to stab in forward. I don't like his position here, though. The Positrons can clump up a lot to deal with all these Hydras. And you can see he's not even fighting them right now. Yeah, that's a very poor fight. There's not even that many Ecclesiasts to shield sustain. The problem is just that they can't kill the Positrons, right? So There was no focus fire there from Grass Eater. He did try to kill one of them, but way too far away. All the Zealots got the right position. You saw how much different it was when there was something in between the Hydras and their nemesis. Some workers rallying over to that third base, try to get them activated. The Nexus is still not done. If they had guessed the right place, I guess it would have forced a cancel in that position. Sausage might be in a harder economic spot. As of right now, still up 6 workers. Zephyr Cores are coming out. They can try to throw themselves at the problem, try to occupy those melee, while the Hydras focus down those Positrons, and crucial targets indeed. But still, the Zealots are staying alive. A couple of Ecclesiasts left over. Not really that much, and again, not really something that you can bust through this position in. Sausage thinks he wants to try it, but not quite going to happen. Oh, yeah, I think that must have been a mistake. He must have attack moved towards where he expanded on the other side, and he ends up hemorrhaging several Zealots. He does have 4-gate production, but that hasn't scaled up since the beginning of the game. His prostration stage is making a Mind Tyrant. He's making a second one as well. We know we're going to see MT Positron, right? That kind of composition. We're not quite at that state yet, but, you know, there was an ASL game recently that Artosis called a slobber knocker. I kind of think about that when I see these games happen, where he's... Oh my god, the splash damage. Oh, he didn't even kill the Acantor. 12 more Hydras on the way. There's been such a diversity in tech that has been deployed so far by Sausage. And Grass Eater's mostly just made Hydras. So, well, a couple of Quas earlier. A lot of Zeths. He has his Vornath. Gonna go ahead and add more anti-drop defense. More Hydras where that came from as well. Hydra's trying to stand vigil at the top of the ramp. Not looking too hot just yet. Would you even call this a ramp? I guess you'd call this a slope, which is kind of the same thing, but it's not a ramp, right? There's no ramp tiles here. A little bit rough around the edges here, but the Hydras are trying to focus down those Zealots. Without a front line, this composition does look a lot more fragile. The Mind Tyrant is activating. Oh, wait, hold on. He focused down the one that had full HP instead of the low HP one, which kind of makes sense because you'd expect Sausage to be controlling that one, giving that one the Malefactor. And instead, well, what do you know? He ended up picking the one with low health. It was the closest one, so I guess there's that as well. 13 Hydras just popped. We've got a Ridge Cap over here at the third base. Some of those Hydras are going to come up from the... I guess we'll call that one the 8 o'clock, and that it will reveal to Sausage that something like that is happening. Vorvicors are under attack. He stole the egg. Don't worry, it never turns into anything. I guess I should just blacklist eggs from being stolen that way. Now the Acantor will be brought down very early on, very easy. And that's a wrap on both of the main sources of splash damage. Well, the Mind Tyrant can still try to mind control a Positron, though, if it wants to, or a Malefactor, a Positron. But this base is under a little bit of duress. The Escagant goes down. Looks like it might have been canceled, even. Now there goes the Mind Tyrant trying to link to a Positron. We have 8 more Hydras coming out pretty soon. Back to the defenses here is Grass Eater. He has almost no Vespene. And one has to wonder why when he wasn't harvesting from his ridge in the natural this whole time. Oh, he wasn't harvesting from the ridge in his main either. Oh, good grief. No wonder he's had no Vespene. Man's been playing on a handicap the whole game. A Pariah arrives. This looks like the last call for Grass Eater. He must have felt this whole time like, man, I just don't have any money. I don't understand. And to some extent, right, he has had less workers than his opponent. But a big miss here is that he wasn't harvesting from his ridges. He capped them both and never reset the money on them. We'll check again after this fight. The Vorvs are just piling into all the splash damage. Finally, the Pariah will go down, but it's after everybody and their mother. Oh, gets massive bonuses to attack speed. That might have to be GG here. Jeezies. Yeah, he started to harvest from the ridges after I said that. But I don't know how long those were idle for. That's a real big miss there. ZZ. GG. Well, as it turns out, a lot of Hydras are needed to kill a Zealot because they've got so many Ecclesiasts, baby. And so it will be Protoss dominant. Let's see what we have next as a matchup here. And by see, I mean literally, I have to go into the replay and then figure out who's there. It's the spoiler-free viewing experience. All right. Let's see here. We have a Crisis Vector match, I think. Okay, yep. All right. We have a Knife's Edge match. And it's TVT between Godwheat and Aoud. Very cool, very cool. We'll take a look at these games. Last game did not have any Terran. This game only has Terran. That's the way that it works. So I don't feel like typing Godwheat's name out every time, so I just have a special version of the name inside the Photoshop file that it's like a copy of it, and it's his name, and then I just enable that and hide the normal one. It's the only way to stay sane. He is also listening to this, so shout out to anybody who's listening to this with him. All right, I think we're about ready to get in. Let us find out. All right. Godwheat in the top left seems to be our orange Terran, and Aoud in the 3 o'clock position is our mango Terran. Aoud had the map pick. Top seed always had the map pick. And so in this best of one TVT, this will be our greatest creation. It is a stockade opener for Godwheat. We will not see mech from him, but Aoud is harvesting enough S-Bean to feed a Fulcrum. Oh, I've got some exciting news for the Terran enjoyers, by the way. It has nothing to do with your balance, but it will imbue you with a certain solitude and strength, of a quiet fortress. And that is, it's no longer going to be quiet inside your base. I'm adding ambient sound effects for when your Fulcrums, Stockades, and Star Pads are training units. And I'll try to find some good sound effects for when your structures finish training a unit, having like a sound effect of them deploying, in the same way that when you start a construction effect, there's like a placement sound. So I hope that you guys are just as excited about that as I am, because that's going to make bases feel very cinematic. In the same way that it feels when Zerg, like the Zerg eggs hatch and they go... I'm going to add a couple of sound effects for them as well, but that's a good one right now. Second Fulcrum, you can see Godwheat is harassing Aoud very heavily with his Mason. Devastation in the mineral line after that Fulcrum is finished. To the point where Aoud doesn't even make a unit out of the Fulcrum for a while. He actually didn't have the money. Not quite sure what happened there with his build order, but that's all right. And he will scout his first opponent. Well, he'll scout the wrong way first, is what I should say. Scout his opponent last. Aoud already scouted. Godwheat will return home. What's going on over here with Godwheat? He's going to put down an anchor. Got a couple of Mavericks. Got 2 more Stockades popping out here shortly. I should shout out, obviously, Shambler's been the one who was doing all of the adminning. And I believe his... Oh, yeah, it's called Weekend Space Wage. Okay, that's his username now. There was a different one where he was just called Event, and that really got to me. Like, he's like trying to remember what event it is, and he's like, I give up. Event. That's what it is. Join the event lobby, fucker. That was really good. All right. The Anchor and the Mavericks vanguarding the front gates immediately shut down what Aoud was trying to scout. But instead, he's going to try to move through with the 2 Vultures. I don't feel like this is necessarily going to work. Yeah, I think he's going to hang back while he waits for his Star Pad to finish, and he'll just go for that drop. I don't know how much Godwheat is actually, like, pre-gamed against this sort of thing. Has he built it in a certain way? I don't know. Has he experienced this position here? Stim forward, he is going to get stunned, but this actually is a bit of a bait because Stim lasts longer than the lobotomy stun. So you pop out of your stun and you're still able to shoot really fast, even though you don't move as fast. So it almost went really wrong there for the Vultures. I also personally like stimming like 2 Mavericks and then just sending them on a right-click adventure to my opponent's base to clear their mines, like in different directions or whatever. It's a good way to clear mines in a pretty cost-efficient way. Of course, he has Neblime, and he's like, no, that's what your scribe is for. Wild man. Both of them going drop. That's really cute. They both go Starpad. They both make a Trojan. Aoud is expanding behind his attempt, and he's also making Cyclops because he knows he's up against Bio. Pretty interesting round here. How's our macro looking? You know, for a Zerg player, that ain't half bad. 16 workers on minerals. He can start transferring them to his expansion soon whenever he gets around to expanding. Made a bunch of Harakans. Big fan of those. Trojan is arriving here with 4 vultures in it. Looks like it might be a... Is it actually... It might end up being a run-by elevator type deal. Oh, but Godwade has his own drop ready, and so he could just drop on the drop, which is something we see in StarCraft 1 TBT all the time. Oh, there's a hemorrhaged vulture, and I can't believe this, but one Godwheat Mason just stunned every single vulture, buying him so much time. As his drop leaves the building, it's going to fly over some mines of Aoud. But he has not panned his camera over there. I don't know that he actually clocked that. He was busy doing a lot of other things. Ministry has landed on location, or it's being made on location, I should say. Aoud himself just finishes his ministry. Another thing that we have going on here is that was a pretty big amount of shutdown on the mineral line. And 4 more Masons. 4 more Masons are killed. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe accounting. Yeah, that's going to go up. So let's see how much counter damage he can get. He's already stimmed them. Has he stimmed the Mavericks? It doesn't look like it, actually. But Aoud's response time is very, very delayed. So a lot more Masons went down, and Aoud said, hold on, God, we just upset the apple cart immediately. His Anseal also driving over there. He's got his Maverick stimmed and ready to rock and roll. Huracan's chasing the Masons that had to pull all the way to his opponent's natural just to get out of dodge. He shut down all the mining for Aoud completely. He's going to try to fight the actual army, which is not necessarily advisable here. Looks like the vultures tried to unload over here or something. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but they all died. That was that. There's one little bit of glimmer of hope here for Aoud, and that's that his opponent didn't really start leveraging his second worker production queue from the second ministry. In fact, he's cut workers entirely. So that's one thing that you can say, oh, okay, maybe I'm doing all right. Maybe I can come back into this. But advantage Godweed, I was not predicting that. Stims forward. His Anseal's going to help him clear all those mines. Pesky things. Very nice. Get it back into the saddle there. Clear out all of the map vision. Now Aoud has to stand upon his blade of the map and attempt to parry any incoming attack. A watchdog. Trojan's empty, but might still be good for mind games. Oh, I see. He's going to use it as a scouting barge. Cycling back with a Mason as well. Must have been there for a scout earlier. Man, he really went on a like... What do they do when they fly south for winter or whatever? It's like a hibernation journey, but I forget what the term is. Migration is like animal migration. His workers went on that all the way up to the sort of 1 o'clock area. Wild. Okay, Aoud's going to have a bit of an early warning system going. And the drop actually comes in from Godweed at the same time. Oh, he's not going to get out with that, though. It does still get his army entirely out of position. If he was a little bit more on the ball with this push, he actually would have already been at the doorstep. And before the Cyclops got into position, Godweed could have knocked down his doorstep. That would have been a sick timing, but the Vulture Mines delay long enough. Anseal still providing vision. Clearing out all those mines. Very nice. Oh, he's not on the ball with the stim and the turn back around. He definitely wants to take fleeting hits here. Maybe try to pick the Anseal if he can, but it's not... An underrated factor and something that we might think about actually just outright removing at some point. But something that is a bit underrated is that when you have energy, you gain energy when units near you die, hostiles near you die. And so what you'll see a lot of the time is you'll be like, the Anseal, it's almost out of energy. And then all of your units explode and give it more energy, thus more tankiness. So it's kind of funny that way. Defensive perimeter establishing, more stockades coming, a Covenant on the way for Godweed. Meanwhile, I don't think we saw any add-ons for Aoud. We'll check his base in a second as he is attacking the front gates. Not so many Harakans here, and all of the Mavericks are annihilated immediately, so Godwheat needs support ASAP. He needs support right now. We indeed don't have much of anything when it comes to... I can't believe that Anseal died to Watchdog. That's wild. We don't have anything when it comes to add-ons or additional tech. A third Fulcrum is going to finish back home for Aoud. You can see the anchor desperately being assembled, and behind this, another Vulture will go down. He cancels the anchor out. Ministry's workers are evacuated back to the main base, and he's just going to have to lift that. I mean, the Cyclops will deal a lot of damage to it. Less so when you're flying it away, though, that's for sure. You could have flown it into his army and paintbrush damage that way, but now we've got Eidolons, and these are the old Eidolon. You can tell they don't make their different sound effects. They don't have a projectile. You can see Aoud really trying to commit onto him. Good target selection here from Godwheat could avoid a lot of losses, but he doesn't really focus down those Cyclops, so they keep doing their damage. Now, at the end of the day, they do end up getting bopped, but unlikely to do anything else here is Aoud. He's up by workers after that trade, though, and he is getting his Palladium, a fourth Fulcrum. I can't believe he's been he was on the brink of death earlier. Interesting. Second star pad as well. Does Aoud want to mass Anseals at this point? One big problem right now is that Godwheat pretty low on the Mason count. He's transferred as best he can to split his economy, but he definitely is under some duress here. Under the pump, as Nebline would say. And you know, Godwheat knows all about speaking like an Australian, so he would co-sign that. Not looking half bad as a bio player, though, I will say. And I know he plays other styles as well. He does play mech, so gotta be aware of that for sure. Looks like he's thinking about moving out with Hurakan Eidolon. It can work TVT. He still has an Anseal for the minesweeping. My main concern is he only has 10 of each unit. I guess he's got 4 more Hurakans coming to join him. When Phalanx are out, particularly when they have high ground advantage like this on the blade of Aoud, I guess we would call the natural choke the hilt. Isn't that thematic? The tip of the spear, the hilt. Something like that. Well, he's going to actually abandon his initial position on the high ground, so maybe Aoud will come to our bio player. It looks like Godwheat's entertaining the idea of a scout, maybe a Phantom expansion all the way at the 10 o'clock position. Reason being, it has Vespene, and he's going to be gas-starved on the Eidolon train. There we go. Deploying the Phalanxes on this blade. Super important right now for Aoud. Godwheat chooses to set up a treasury. Random Mason. Looks like it was trying to scout the mineral-only position there. We do not have that being the third base of choice. Instead, a Ministry is coming up online at the, we'll call it the 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock, maybe? Yeah, that's probably a little bit more accurate. We see these Fulcrums moving forward. They are intended to decloak the Eidolons by walking into them. A tactic that I don't know if Godwheat has much experience practicing against. But it's honestly kind of epic. Alright, over here at 9 o'clock is a Ministry on location. It's a lot of concentrated Anseal shielding. Now the mines end up warning Aoud of Godwheat's incursion further south. Now, everything's unpacked and coming back home. Remember how many Anseals have been made, by the way. If you make so many of them, you can't really break their shielding independently. Now these Eidolons are kind of in an awkward position right now. There's no more Hurakans to save them. His only Anseal ends up going down to Cyclops Fire, and that is a wrap for the attack. He's going to have to cycle back with only 9 Eidolons left to his name in his initial attack squad. Uh-oh, he's got 11 more coming, but the Fulcrums are definitely going to be a problem. Oh, maybe not. The Hurakans end up diving onto the Phalanx. Oh, the mines are actually decloaking. This is huge. Those mines not able to be seen by Godwheat's position, and now here come the Eidolons soaring overhead. You know, the Anseal pilot is so He always sounds like such a chipper individual with such hope. And I really like the idea that he goes, like, you know, he's just happily humming to himself or something as he flies over. A flock of ant seals fly overhead, and then bombs drop on Eidolons, and they're just dead, courtesy of the Phalanx. Such a devastation here. It doesn't look like Godweed has much left in the tank. He's got a lot of money, but he has not turned that into units, and it looks like Aoud will just grind him through. Maybe Eidolon's not so scary for Terran. They've got other OP tools like the Phalanx. Please nerf. And it looks like that's a wrap. Godweed did a really good job in the early game. I want to give him his props. He was very close to finishing the job, and Aoud would have been cast down real quick into the lower bracket if that was the case. But that's not the case. That's not how this goes. All right, we got ourselves a pretty cool match there. I'll take that one for sure. Let's take a look at what else we might be cooking here. I want to say... I had the brackets somewhere for the weekend wage. Here it is. All right. So there was another match in the upper bracket that we did not get to cast. And actually, there were two other matches we didn't get to cast. But from a chronological order, it's fine to cast them in the way that I am about to do. There is another TVT between Aoud64 and Newt that we must cast. And that would have been... It's like semifinal 1 on Punch Drunk, indeed. All right. So we'll go ahead and get that overlay set up. And you guys are going to be free to Gamba again in a moment. Go ahead and start that up while I get the overlay ready for you guys. After this, we have... I think just one more match that we have to cast from the upper bracket, and then there's a couple of lower bracket ones that we'll take a look at. And then it'll be time for some more pro matches. We got some pretty exciting matches featuring StarCraft 1 pros coming at you, so I'm looking forward to that for sure. Here we go, guys. Newt in the top right is our Vermilion Terran. And Aoud in the bottom right is our Mango Terran. Punch Drunk is a port of Knockout, whereas Knife's Edge last map was a port of Dominator. Ultra was actually wondering, I think it was Ultra, he was asking if it was a port of, if it was Gladiator or Dominator, because one of them is 4-spawn and the other is 3. We do not have a port of the 4-spawn version. Maybe we should at some point, but the 3-spawn one just seems better. And we like 3-spawn maps. I mean, guys, that's 3. How could we say anything? Now, Newt is going to be going for his Fulcrum. It's a little bit delayed compared to Aoud's. We have seen some TVT on this map. I don't really know, though. Like, if we had the same number of matches played on a map, any given map, as, like, StarCraft 1 did, then I feel like we would have a very different system on our hands, because even then, we wouldn't necessarily be guaranteed to have the same level of meta exploration as you can do in Cosmonarchy because of all the new units. So it's kind of hard for me to say whether a map influences TVT in a particular way or any given matchup in a particular way yet. I need a lot more data. But I do think that this map is interesting because of the way that you can defend the natural from incoming ground unit pushes. So to me, it's something that is worth investigating. Two Fulcrums are making vultures, one for each layer. And it looks like Aoud will scout his opponent first, while Newt is going the other direction. Another thing I'm really curious about... okay. Newt is going to go ahead and pick the worker. I wasn't sure if he was going to kill the worker or not. Because sometimes you really want to go after the... you know, some sort of premium mine-laying options or something like that. Aoud is taking the opportunity to send more vultures across the map with his own mines in hostiles' territory. Also, remember, you can see across the ridge, across the trench, before you descend. And when you descend is when you lose vision. So Newt's mine laying was in view of Ayud's vulture there. He's adding a star pad, as he seems to want to do in TVT a lot. He's playing random these days, by the way, Ayud is. Wild. But I mean, after he defeated Godwheat, how much pressure can we possibly put on him? I mean, that was his toughest opponent the entire game. Entire tournament. Newt, though, did actually pop in here and do some pretty good damage. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, goodness. Oh, golly gee willikers, Batman. The mine hits are phenomenal in favor of Ayud. Now, there's still defender's advantage, but early vulture trades not looking hot just yet. The mines are encroaching. The Ministry on location is definitely not what Ayud went for. Instead, it looks like he's going for that Anseal. And he wants to dive in on top of Newt's vultures. They have the same military production, though. This doesn't really feel... It doesn't feel that good of a trade for Ayud. I guess the Anseal must be to clear mines. Ooh, that was a good little shark back from Newt. Yeah, Newt did a really good job versus Arbuz. He took a little bit of time to finish the game. Arbuz stuck it in, just in case, but... to get here, Newt has already taken down a pretty good player. In a matchup he thinks he doesn't have any hope in either, which is really interesting. Looks like he's still going to be face-checking these mines, specifically with the Mason. It doesn't quite end up going. Oh, no. Oh, dear. That was tremendous. Again, these stuns are really, really good for Ayud, but he doesn't have the vulture count to back up his theory. Newt's adding his own star pad. Where did that Anseal go after it was made? Did it get canceled? Oh, no, it's with the front line. Okay. I was going to say, where did he even go? Oh, he's going to lay all of his mines. Newt has not been bothering to lay mines, I've noticed. And honestly, I can't necessarily blame him. I know he's doing it now, so it kind of sounds like a funny time for me to point that out. But with how aggressive Ayud was being with his mines, it's kind of important for him to just not lay them. Because he would have just stunned his own army anyway. Oh! Okay! We get that mine hit. That was tremendous as well. Love to see that. The Masons get pulled off. Newt should know he's got more economy than his opponent. But his Fulcrums are idle. He's not making any military units. Can he actually break this position, though? I don't know. The Goliaths are getting disassembled. The Masons are pulling out their fusion cutters and being like, yeah, I know what to do with this design plan. As it turns out, they will be overwhelmed at the ultimate moment, and this is very, very difficult now for Newt. He left his Fulcrums idle for one military rotation, and that was just a death sentence, it feels like. Ayud will have his own... he'll have his own second ministry up in a moment. Ay, ay, ay. Trying to stand on top of the Goliath. The Anseal doing its best. Ay, ay, ay. I think Ayud can end the game here, but is he actually going to? I'm not so sure. A very stark difference between this game and the last one, though. There's no swing of, like, who's ahead or whatever. Ayud already has his Watchdog out coming at the natural because he scouted the Star Pad and the Trojan. Oh, the Vultures are going to have their way in. You can't deny them. I guess the Wraith will eventually be able to deny them, but that's all the Cyclops picked, and he goes right after those Masons in the main base. Newt might be tapping out here pretty soon, man. I just can't imagine him sticking it out at this point. He does get a Wraith into the main base. There was no anti-air defense there, but a Goliath is on the way to shoo that away. Unlikely to get many kills. Yeah, in fact, doesn't get a single kill with his Wraith. And he still can't quite get rid of all of these Vultures. Finally doing so, but look at the massacre, down to 10 workers. It feels like Ayud is definitely within touching distance of owning. And listen, he refocused. Apparently you go bio, you have a better chance, but a single Cyclops being dropped is a microcosm of just how anemic the economy is from Newt. He's got nothing to defend from this position. That anchor is empty. He's got 2 Cyclops coming. Oh, you might have bought a little bit of time, but as the Goliath is cycling back, Newt doesn't realize just how close to death. Well, I guess AU doesn't realize how close to death Newt is. I love that he's making a Valkyrie, by the way. That's just a new thing in TVT now. What do you even say when you see the Valk? Alright, well, I guess some damage was denied, because he could have just walked in. The game is essentially over, I feel like, but Newt feels like he might be able to grind himself into another situation, another position. I know the Ant Seal is still alive somewhere. Not quite sure where it got off to. It's kind of loose inside the third base area for Aud, the mineral only. He's adding his Palladium. I do think he could just walk across right now, especially if he had his detection. As it is right now, it's not quite going to work out that way, but even still, he can kind of face tank. Master pair happening. There's only a pair of Cyclops here, but it looks like it's going to be enough. Vultures might still be able to pick a lot of this stuff here, but do they have any mines? I guess they do, but they're not really laying them, are they? Second Goliath arrives. I mean, this is just over, dude. I can't believe Newt is staying in the game. What a stubborn guy. Goliath and Valkyrie together. You will never make another Wraith, my friend. Almost 2k minerals. Newt's pulling the boys. We might end up fast forwarding here. I can't imagine this is going to go on for much longer. GG is called, and that's a wrap. Newt is down to the lower bracket, as we all knew would happen. But we didn't know the fashion in which it would occur. So isn't that interesting? Okay. Another game that we want to cast here is Vilius versus Doglived. And then we will be moving it down to the lower bracket, where I know we have to cast... Let's see. Sausage got a forfeit win over Nicholas. So we skipped that one. We casted all of those matches. We have to cast Arbuz Vilius. Godweak Grass Eater. And then the subsequent matches after that. So we still got a couple best of ones here before we're done with the weekend wages. All right, that is opener number 2 we're looking at. Vilius Dog. Doglived has been practicing Protoss recently, which is kind of interesting. But he is playing Protoss here. VLHF exchanged here. Doglived in the top left seems to be... Ooh, I actually don't remember this color. I used to know. I'm going to say golden brown, but it's Beaster brown. Vilius in the bottom right is our Ultramarine Terran. And I saw his APM drop to 0 earlier, so that's very funny. But it looks like he's just dialing his way into the game. You know what I mean? Going for that mech opener. You can tell because of the Vespene. And Doglived is making some of his own. I think he... Oh, right. Yeah, so we actually first saw Doglived's gameplay versus Wolfix. We didn't see this match beforehand, but this really does, I'm guessing, set the tone for his future matchups, where he goes for this lattice play. It's ridiculously wild lattice one. And lattice versus Fulcrum, I'm told, is quite powerful. Most recent incantations of it I've seen have been Ultra defeating it with 1 Goliath. So I don't know how much stock I put into that. But Ultra is a pro player from Chile, so you know, what can we really say about that? You know what I mean, guys? So it'll be a double lattice for Doglived. He's going to go for at least 1 vassal. You know, versus Wolfix, he was able to make the Simulacrum stuff work because Wolfix didn't know about the Sim passive. But Vilius knows. Vilius has been playing a lot, so I'm curious to see how his style goes comparatively. His Fulcrum's going to finish up here, and he has enough money for a Vulture and another Fulcrum. So I guess that's exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to be sitting on it for a little bit. And the Vassal's halfway complete as the second lattice finishes up inside Dogliv's main base. He's actually got 2 Vassals already, and he's queued up 2 more. Interesting stuff here. It is the all-Vassal play. One thing you can do here, if you're in the Terran's shoes, is you can try to use the Vulture, not just as a distraction, but to maybe do a little bit of eco-threat. Like, if you come up here and the Vassals have already left the building, the Vulture can get in and do some damage to the mineral line, but when you scout lattices and no units, that's going to tell you that there are Vassals here. Now, another thing that tells you that there are Vassals here are Vassals when they're shooting your Vulture. That also tells you. So an instant Goliath in reaction. We should see a Watchdog in the main base, I think, but it's okay if you want to try without that. I'm just thinking for what we've seen overall. Maybe, Oh! Oh, it's like a stasis word. Now that's beautiful. All right, Watchdog at the production. That's interesting. Kind of zones them away, but the Vassals are going after the... I was going to say they're going to go after the mineral line, but I guess they decided against it. Watchdog only halfway complete over here. They should be able to pick that guy, but actually, no, he stays on 1 shot. Oh, he's driving back in for it, but it's too late. Well, so far this has been parried well by Vilius. Should I say deftly parried? I'm not so sure. Oh, some good damage dealt to that splitting sim. Okay, he finally clears it. Perfect. You know, the full kill. You've chained together the full kill there. More Vultures on the way. 3rd Fulcrum. Yeah, actually, I think Vilius is in an okay position here. Maybe if he's throwing away units, he might not be in an okay position soon. Oh, the Golems are out. Well, that changes the calculus quite a bit. He's not really focusing down the Sims before they split. So remember when I said that Wolfix was doing a worse job at this because he didn't know about it? As it turns out, Vilius will also do a very poor job of it. Yeah, he just lost his entire army across the map. Dogliv has less workers than him. He's not... like, let's see, he's setting down an expansion behind it. Does he have a gateway unit? He has a Hierophant. Zealots are incoming. Oh, man, the Hierophant is going to make this really hard. So many Sims as well. The Golems are effortlessly tanky. I'm really worried about the Cyclops, I'm going to be honest with you. We saw Wolfix end up getting slapped by those Cyclops not splitting damage enough. The Sims were just multiplying out of control. So we'll see what that anchor can do as it lifts off. There's the Palladium. I guess if you get some Madrigals out or something, that can maybe overpower some stuff. Obviously, Phalanxes in Siege mode can deal with the Golem durability. Oh, big stuns can help out as well. Again, this is where you do have to be a little bit careful here as the Terran player. If you split those Sims too much, you are going to give your enemy a very tanky army. It doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it absorbs a lot of yours. You can see him trying to focus down this Golem. Oh, he almost had it, actually. Pretty close. That's a reasonable stun at the way out as well. Man, what is he even going after here? He's trying to kill the Vassal, but it's over a bunch of Sims, brother. You just split so many Sims, I think. Oh, I guess only 2, but that's all right. A while ago, I inherited control groups for the... I added control group inheritance on the spawned units there from the Sim. So, also applies to Brotherhood mode. Should be a lot easier for controlling armies with those. So, a little bit of a quality of life thing. Same time that I added it for the Agrolith, actually, when it spits back out of the structure. Oh, Vilius is just going to comfortably start setting up his Phalanxes. I'm not so happy about the Treasury. I feel like a Ministry here would be far more efficient of an investment into his future. Dogliv does have a natural up, and he's going to have a pretty scary army here pretty soon. Looks like he's even setting up for a third base. I mean, when you scout this kind of entrenched position as the Terran, from the Terran, I should say, you aren't really worried about a push. I guess if he knew it was a treasury, I would 1000% say, yeah, just drop that third nexus, make a bunch of units, and you'll win the game in a couple minutes. Doglived, I don't think, does know about the treasury, but he could have seen it with his attack earlier. Also could fly his last remaining vassal in or something like that. Adding idols, Dracodons. I guess versus Phalanx, this army doesn't really do that much. So there is that to be said. But eventually you can make like 10 gateways and just flood zealots, right? So it's not really a huge deal. Oh, and I guess if Vilius moves out, this could be a huge problem. I feel like this is an error here from Vilius, not recognizing the kind of game he's in. But they are going to pass like ships in the night. It's just that they have the 2 Matrix, Bulwark, and plenty of units coming out of the rally that the idols in particular are going to help out versus the vultures. Yeah, he's going to absolutely explode when these 2 phalanxes die for free. He's going to have to turn them around immediately. No, kind of does. I don't think they're getting away, though. You can see him coming back to try to fight after the fact. Warded off by the 1 phalanx on the high ground. Is he, though? Is he warded off by the 1 phalanx on the high ground? Hey, what's up? You wanted to come back? And he's going to let that mine get down. Stuns a couple of units. Not really that impactful, though. Vilius needs to get the hell out of Dodge immediately. Save as many of these units as he can, and it turns out that number is not very high. We got 4 units left at the end of this, and I don't think he's going to have many of them left over at the true conclusion of that fight. Adding Talos to the mix. A lot of money here for Dogliv. Yeah, and that's a wrap on the shellacking there. All of those units cleaned up. Second anchor being started, but not so much left here for Vilius. He's got the 1 phalanx on the high ground. He is making 4 phalanx right now. There is that. Would that foundationally change the fight? I guess maybe. When you're as rich as Doglived, though, I'm not so sure the answer to that is yes. All right. The longer we go, the less likely it is that he's just going to clear that position. Treasury a little bit off center here at the 3 o'clock spot. Good shots here from the phalanxes. Oh, he does push the Anseal back, reducing the spotting. Why is he out here with the Cyclops? I don't understand that one. I guess he's trying to bait him back into the fight or something, but that is a... You do not want to be fighting right now. In fact, you probably don't want any more Cyclops at all. Or if you do, you should set up like 2 star pad and do like mass drop all the time. That might get you out of your pickle. I don't even know how this Mason snuck out to build this treasure. It must have been a while ago. Starting to get workers sent down to the 3rd base. We're pretty undersaturated here at Dogliv's Natural. Stockade coming up. Probably grab himself an add-on or 2. Potentate on the way. We love to see those guys. Or I do, anyway. Double gas being harvested from now. 3 o'clock spotted, so some ground units will clean that up. He's actually destroying these treasuries on the little islands here to make returning to this a lot harder. That's a cute move there. He's trying to see if he can disrupt the treasury escape route. Now he's going to come out with all of his Cyclops. He will catch an Ecantor. That's pretty good, actually. Ooh, devastated. I still don't know about moving out, though. I feel like moving out right now is not necessarily the best of plays. But if he can get into position with all of his phalanxes, we can be talking about a different situation here. Dragon pulling back. Now the phalanxes are always going to be the target. 2 over here? Yeah, gladly. I'll take those. Like, Dogliv can trade his whole army here, and if he kills all the phalanxes, the Cyclops can't do too much. So I don't even think he's going to need to worry about that, though, because his army is staying alive and clearing all of what Vilius has. He did leave 5 phalanx back at home, so that's a contributing factor for sure. Down to his last 5 Cyclops and the Anciel to shepherd them, and they all go down with the Potentates making sure of it. Third, no, that's a Cestus. Okay, on the front line, I'm not sure about it, but not a bad structure to make. The Mason that made that treasury at 3 o'clock is now up at 2. Like, But what about this? What about this position, though? 5th Fulcrum coming up. Synthetic Synod is finishing warping in somewhere. There it is. Quite the cinematic arc here from Doglived's units as he's adding Pariahs and Clarions and a Demiurge. Tier 2 has begun for Vilius. That's a good way to spend your gas. Pranked. He pranked himself. He landed on a unit that was deployed. You know, and back in the old days, that would just kill your phalanx, by the way. They just explode it. That was what the original code was. I don't know about the Demiurge. I guess it'll turn the Hurricanes, but it doesn't feel that important right now. I'm going to cycle back here a little bit with his army. Now, if you had, like, 5 more Pariahs, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I saw people malefactoring Demiurges a while ago. I can't remember who did that. Was that Oya? Somebody did that recently, and I was like, what the hell? What kind of profane soup did you just make? And why does it taste so good? I'm trying to leapfrog into a third base here. Vilius is setting up the phalanxes. Got his tier 2 done. If he had some starports right about now, might help him out. Man's a grinder. You can't disrespect Vilius. He's a guy who's been playing a lot of games. I'll tell you that one. It was very cool to see him show up for the weekend wage. He's just having a hard time actually getting into a position where he can pop some people. But hey, some of his countrymen have recently joined up. I don't know if they're friends of his or Crankendow or something else, but I think they seem to be pretty friendly with Crank, so pretty familiar. Gregarious. Empress on the way. Yeah, that's going to be devastating. Going up to 5 bases here. Doglived is playing with his food a little bit. Doesn't want to lose his whole army and then get A-moved. I understand that. Taking a bad attack into Terran is pretty catastrophic sometimes. Okay, here we go. Big move out in response to this from Vilius, but the army to the south is going to run into this and reveal it. Also kind of shove the Cyclops back. Force an early siege. The rest of this army is going to clash with Doglived's reinforcements coming in from the north. The anti-treasury squad returns in full force as the golems crash upon those phalanxes in the front lines, along with some zealots. Clarion has now arrived. We've got Pariahs out here. An Empress, a few Demiurges. There's the Mind Tyrant, Malefactor, Demiurge, saying words that people might not even know. It's brutal. But he's not even needed, really. Not with all of these phalanxes just getting shellacked and run through. The Cestus goes down in flames. We've got a couple of anchors left. There are still a good number of phalanxes off to the side, but not really going to help out too much. GG is called, and that will be the outcome that we were predicting. But again, Doglived wanted to do it in style, and Shambler wanted to sit in the replay. There you go. Now we're good. All right. So that match is done and dusted. Dogliv takes that one and moves on. But honestly, I will say, there was a point where I thought Vilius at least could stabilize and be in a reasonable position. So I gotta give him some dubs there, some ups. Good job, good job. We'll take another PVT look at him. He's gonna go up against Arbuz, who was a mildly upset, like a minor upset here for him to be in the lower bracket to begin with. So it goes from one TVP to another from his perspective. This is lower bracket, still all best of one at this time. And we are just going to be taking a look at how this story unfolded. And it was on Near Impact, no less. We do indeed have the GLHFs. And Arbuz, in the bottom right, is our... Alice Blue. Alice Blue Protoss player. And Vilius in the top left. Mahogany? Chestnut. Chestnut Terran. That one is a hard one. Vilius always gets the weirder colors. Looks like he's going to try Bio this time around, though. That's interesting. Gateway for Arbuz, on the other hand. So both of these players are doing the opposite thing that happened last time. Let's go ahead and grab our prediction here. I don't remember if these players have actually played much, but with how Vilius grinds and he's available almost all the time, European time, probably they have. So let's see what happens between these two nowadays. Stockade immediately makes me wonder what he might be up to. His building placement is also a bit peculiar, but you can always lift those off as Terran, so not that big of a deal. Okay, Gate Lattice for Arbuz. No Worker Scout. Cyprian first. Oh, I remember this build first coming in. I think it was like you make a couple Cyprians and an anchor if you feel like you need to, and you expand off of one stockade. Honestly, I like that build order. I think that's even what Newt did versus Arbuz to start this off, actually. That's where he got the idea from. So, that's pretty sick. Quick adaptation, quick adoption rate. They'll make the anchor first, but... And you can make the Ministry on the high ground. I think that's also fine. Structures in Cosmonarchy float a little bit faster. They have a bit of a higher movement speed in Cosmonarchy compared to Starcraft 1, so it's totally fair to do that. Oh, instead of doing the Ministry, he goes for a Fulcrum behind it. Did he skip a step, or did Newt also do this? It's been so long. I can't remember. Don't make a treasury. Don't make a treasury. Yes! He's making a Ministry, guys. I'm so proud. So very proud. Yes! It's like that, I don't know what anime it was, but when the guy's just like, this is delicious. He's like looking at the view screen. Well, there is a vassal killing you, but there's Cyprians, so it's okay. It'll get away with one Mason kill, and that's it. While I'm at it, referencing random stuff, what's that song that has the chorus, Getting Away with Murder? I'm pretty sure the name of the song is Getting Away with Murder. Was it like Bullet for My Valentine that did that one or something? Maybe not. Another part of me said Papa Roach. I don't know, dude. That's like early 2000s. Like Y2K shit, you know what I mean? What up, Neuchern? Oh, and what up, Vilius in the chat earlier? I was playing Mech Assault 2 on emulation, and I just remember there was a point where you're in the middle of like what's supposed to be this epic big fight with a dude, and that they start playing that Getting Away with Murder song, and I'm pretty sure they also played like Korn. Like that was a while ago, dude. That was like, what a way to date yourself. Not like I mean, it's a 3D game, so you could tell immediately it was old, but it's just that of all the ways to date yourself, that would be a good one. I also like the idea that, you know, people are talking about dumping gas equal fart, and then Ovaleths dump gas to propel themselves further. Like, I do appreciate that, even though I'm getting older now, I'm 30. I'm going to be turning 31 in the middle of October, which is coming up. There will be something forever primordially funny about farts. Farts are never not funny, guys. Well, okay. It's more like the farts aren't. You're never too old to laugh at a fart joke or fart humor. That's what I would say. Because sometimes farts aren't funny. Like if somebody asks you, please don't fart, and then you fart. That's just rude. You know what I mean? Well, the Palladium is done. The Phalanx is coming out. We have Harak and Cyprian, 2 anchors, trying their best here. Arbus has been making a nice mixed composition of Gateway and some Lattice. He's adding some static defense. He's got his natural up and running. But Vilius has been hanging with him in terms of the macro department. When there's not as much early aggression and stuff, it's a bit harder for Vilius to be knocked off his saddle. He doesn't just do it to himself, you know? So hats off to him for keeping the macro going. Kind of makes me wonder, would he be even more ahead if he had done Stockade to Cyprian, Ministry, Anchor, Fulcrum, or something like that. Vestry coming up here to support his mech with the healing units that the Stockade can provide. The Artisans are out, doing what they can. Big shout out to Delta Catamus, who made a new Artisan model. I've actually got that ready to go. On our dev stream, we will push it to pre-release. Just got to make some icons for it, really. And eventually get the wireframe done by June 3 on. I was working with Solstice to try to figure out what was going wrong with Blender. Turns out many things were going wrong with Blender. But we got it working. So a new Artisan model will be coming to you guys soon. Treasury on the way here for Vilius. Witness has been spying on him quite a bit. Confirms nothing at the 11 o'clock. Anseal shooed away by some ranged units here. Ardent Authority going for the Servitors. That's something Arbus does enjoy. He's added a third base, and a Crucible is somewhere. Okay, he's actually putting the Crucible pretty far from his existing production. So I wonder what Arbus is thinking about then. That sort of thing. Oh, as part of the Artisan model change, I also would like to make it so that they don't become unselectable and all that in group selection. I'd like to bug fix them, basically. Declunk them a little bit. I think that'll be nice. It'll add even more. It's not what was intended, but I've been thinking about it, and I kind of think I know how to do it. And so it just so happens to have been fortuitously at the same time as we get a new model. And then, you know, people are going to associate the new model with a more responsive unit, so it's kind of epic. A visual buff, but for real. Now, the Phalanxes are out here out of nowhere, all by them. They're lonesome, totally surrounded by Zealots. Remember, these manifolds are here to help ignore armor, so those Phalanxes are not long for this world. I love the Anchor arc. Definitely very good here, but those 3 Phalanxes dying for no good reason, not ideal. Treasury has landed at 11. It will be heckled by a couple of these units, forced to lift off, fly to safer harbors. We do have triple Fulcrum coming up here to supplement the production. And 2 unitary unions have been started near those that empowered production, that Crucible. Watchdog at least kills a vassal for your trouble. Another witness to spy on 9 o'clock. It will find no base there. Maybe one day we'll get Arbus to stream on Twitch, and he'll have like a VTuber asset or something. I think that would be a good way for him to make a lot of money. But he already has a couple ways to make a lot of money, so I think he's fine. Just a thought, though, you know? We need more dedicated Cosmonarchy streamers. For a while, we had like AOT doing Cosmonarchy Mondays, I think. And then Top Ramen was doing Top Ramen Tuesdays. Pretty epic. Yeah, I think Arbus would... If anybody was going to do it in our community already, I feel like Arbus would be the one. But it is effort to set up a VTuber model and stuff, so. Unless he's got one lying around that fits the bill. Might be a bit difficult. Some wraiths are hunting for artisans, but that's not where they are. My good friend Vilius, they are harvesting the double gas on the other side of the map. Trying to shoo him away with these phalanxes is all well and good. Yeah, he's actually going to be able to secure the base. That's nice. Oh, I don't know why he would let his mines be stolen by that manifold. That manifold. Mantles are coming out with the Atlas complete. He's going to start some cataphracts up. I will say, Vilius has really developed into a player that you can't just run over with superior macro or anything. And that gives me a lot of help, like a lot of hope for him in the future, a lot of optimism about him. He will be a bona fide, you know, class 3 challenger soon, you know what I mean? Like somebody who could theoretically do some serious work in the sort of mid-table of our community. Because if you look at the way that he's like grinding out these games and building these instincts, he's got plenty good constant worker production. Like there's some things that he can work on, of course. Arby's is stretched ahead of him now. But setting up a Tensender, like he's got technical ideas, tactical ideas that I think are really cool. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of improvement and growth from him in pretty nifty ways. So give him a little bit of props there. Give him a bit of shout out. Arbu's still favored. He's got a lot of more map control and such. But as this base starts to activate here, Vilius should be feeling a little bit better. The problem is that there's an Ancestral Archive making an Optecton. We got Unars coming out. Synthetic Synod is developing behind this. I don't know how he's going to win fights from here on out. But he's survived this long versus a pretty solid player. And it does feel like we're walking into that, oh, there's some tier 4 out. I guess I just lose my whole army fight kind of thing. There's not so many contingencies in place to support Vilius against that or even warn him of its coming. He hasn't really been doing much pressure on the other side. His stock lock and barrel kind of macro play, if you will, is definitely improving with each passing time that I look at his gameplay. So I'll give him some props for that. Arbuz has a very scary looking army. And we don't have any mines laid out here in the front. No vultures really in high number. 2 Cyclops in the Tensender. That's a cute little move. Could put cataphracts in there too. Only one. That would fill it up. 1 Cata, 2 Cyclops? Huh? Huh? These cataphracts are going to reveal a couple of Architects. And the Optecton. Gotta try to deploy everybody. Harakan's already out in front. Some units not quite on attack move. Can he hold on? Oh, the Zealots are crashing into his initial line of defense. He's got a couple more phalanxes up there. No, it doesn't feel like the cataphracts were in great positions, but this mid section of Arbiz's army is starting to take some fire. I love the extra phalanxes up at the 3rd base, but it is going to split them up quite a bit. Cestus cracks open. Going to make attacking this other position a little bit easier for things like the Optecton. I love the Shaman spaced very nicely as well. So it was a very expensive attack in from Arbuz, and he does end up weathering the storm. I'm not sure what the Demiurges will add to the army exactly, but I guess if you try to surround things, or maybe if you dive in with like the Sundogs or something, then they all die. Yeah, maybe that's what the idea is. We don't actually have any air coming for Vilius. He's adding a Tinkerer's Tower to his captaincy, so he can start making some Sirens, probably. Another Tensender on the front. Okay, saturation here. Could have a little bit more. Meanwhile, Arbuz is fully saturated a 4th base. He is taking a 5th base. He still has this extra gas income as well, so... Oh, he's actually taking a 6th base up here. I love the inverse smiley face and the not inverse smiley face bases. Those are very good. The Witnesses give vision entirely over to Arbuz as he comes in with a very wide arc of artillery. This looks like it's much too powerful, I think, for Vilius to try to counter. He's got some Goliaths trying to do what they can. Analog Chaff is taking forever to get killed. Phalanxes being retaliated upon by their own strikes doesn't help. And Archon will release a Psystorm. You can see Arbuz wants to proc it. There you go. Right on top of the entrenched Terran army. Oh, even despite the healing from the Shaman, wasn't quite enough to defend against that. He's got a lot of Phalanx on the high ground there, but I think at this point we can see the writing on the wall. More where that came from. A Monument of Sin around a second Crucible. Arbuz has so much cash. He could almost put down another one. Saturating his southern base here, adding Sedence. He might just be able to take out some of this artillery. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. A couple extra Shamans would have definitely helped out versus things like the Uptectons in their smaller amounts, but he was never in a position to actually do damage, right? That's the main problem I'm seeing here. The Uptectons line their shots up, and this is going to be a bridge too far for Vilius to cross. GG is called, even with a little yeah in there. And Arbuz moves on in the lower bracket. Don't worry, that's not the last PVT that we are going to cast here. In just a moment, we have up next. We have not right up next, but we do have another one coming up. Yeah, cool to see Vilius hang on for dear life. I'm sure he'll be back. Stronger than ever. We do have a TVZ coming up, I believe. Let's see. Godwheat versus Grass Eater. Yeah, that's right. Two people whose usernames I do not bother saying fully. Well, with how Godwheat almost got it over the line against Ayud earlier, I'm dubious about Grass Eater's chances, but it is a different matchup. And it is only a best of one. Oh, it's on Serenity, though. Okay, guys, let's get into it. We'll go ahead and get our Twitch Gamba up here in just a moment. In the top right, we have Grass Eater. He appears to be... I actually don't know what color this is. The text color reminds me of Sunglow, but it's definitely not that bright. Golden Brown? Goldenrod. Wow, Goldenrod. Haven't seen that color in a hot minute. And Godwheat is down here in the bottom left. Dark Olive. Dark Olive. Took me a second. Yunar OP, Protoss OP. All you need to do is become OP yourself to defeat the OP. Oh, by the way, BDB did fix this tile in a recent version. I don't remember if I've actually received a version update for that, but he did say he fixed it, or he was going to really fast. I don't know. All I know is BDB's epic for making all these maps for us. Very awesome. Great supporter of the No Frauds Club of Cosmonarchy, and a great man in general. What more could you ask? Now, Godwheat's going to go bio once again. And we've got a Kagran Cesiant turning into a Larvosk Cesiant. Bit of a modified build order here. We can see an Ovaleth coming. Grass Eater wants a little bit of info, I see. I was thinking recently that Ovaleths should probably be a little bit cheaper. Or at least, they should probably only cost 25 Vespene. Maybe they're going to still cost the same net resources, but the idea would be that they cost, 100 minerals instead of 75. but then 25 gas instead of 50. And the reason I would think that is because then you might be able to fit them into early build orders without sacking your Larvosk production in the early game, or, you know, your tech or whatever. It might open up a little bit more room for them to exist later. The Ovaleth comes in for a scout, and does it see the star pad? Did it get deep enough to see that? No, not yet. It has not seen that yet. Wow, that could blindside him if he's not careful. He's not going to go back in for another look either. Wow, okay. So he makes the Ovaleth to scout his opponent, and then doesn't see the star pad with it. So now, like, what does he even think is going to happen, right? We know that Godwheat likes a drop. He's going to probably try that here. Starting the ramp hold with these Kagrons. They're going to turn to anti-surface defense cells here in a moment. Maybe if the Ovaleth hangs around, it might still scout like a transport leaving the base, because there is a Trojan on the way. I do like the Shroud versus Bio. I think if Savants are going to be a factor, that's going to be a real deal. But look at how fast this hits. Remember, Serenity is one of our quickest rush distance maps. The drop might not even factor in. Oh my god, GG is called just based off of that. Eesh. I love the idea that he was planning for that. He was looking for something to fight back with. He was trying to figure out, what can I do if I scout my opponent? But, well, 2 best of 1s and you're out there, Grass Eater. Played a much better game versus Sausage, that's for sure. And maybe we would have played a nicer game versus Godwheat a little bit later on as well, but that's a rough one. That's a yikes. Well, I was saying earlier, like, yeah, don't worry, we'll get some more TVP. I didn't know it was gonna be right here, right now, and I didn't think necessarily that we'd be going so fast into it. You know what I mean? So we're gonna go ahead and say oopsies, and then get our next game underway here in just a moment. It's Arbuz Budesh taking on Godwheat. Start our prediction and get us rolling here, ladies and gentlemen. In the 11 o'clock position, it is Arbuz Budesh. He is Salmon. No, Persian Orange. And in the bottom left, we've got I Am the Wood of God, who XD'd Shambler. And he is the Purple Terran. And he is going Bio. So, 11 o'clock, 7 o'clock, asking about DBC. You never want to do DBC for 1v1s if you can help it. I can't imagine the kind of network situation you would have to be in where DBC would fix something. I think if you need DBC, if you think you need DBC for double brain cells, you know, extra latency basically, for a 1v1 with an admin, then what you actually need is a better internet connection. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but DBC will probably not help you much. All right, Gateway to Stockade. That's going to be it for our openers. See what Arbuz wants to add. Okay, it is a lattice. And, well, Godwheat's going to scout it the wrong direction. Arbuz had the seed advantage, so he picked Knife's Edge. I wonder what he's planning on it. I feel like the 2 Stockade spot here should give Godwheat enough military to comfortably expand. Going to keep his Maverick at his choke point. Wants to make sure he denies any scouting. When you see that there's nothing over here, you can sometimes move your Mav up here. So that way it's like, oh yeah, if he's going to come at me from this angle, you know, so I can skip out on that. But, you know, there's no scout coming anyway, so not really any harm done on the more delayed push out. Vassal for scouting, and maybe anti-mech. We got Dracodons coming. Mason will arrive just in time to get shellacked by it. He doesn't actually see the vassal. That's pretty good cloaking of the build order by Godwheat. I mean, by Arbus. Godwheat now trying to make sure his Hurricanes are in play, and he's adding his star pad. Maybe thinking about an anchor up here, if I had to speculate. There's the Nexus as the vassal arcs around. It's going to confirm nothing at the 3 o'clock position. That is indeed an anchor on the way. What do you think British people would say about Terran players who make anchors? Would they say anchors are for wankers? Might be true, right? No anti-air defenses here, but that star pad will be a juicy target of scouting. A little bit of information that the vassal has. Cyprian's on the way, so I don't think there's going to be any worry about like losing a worker here or anything, but Arbus will scout ahead anyway and see what's going on. Oh, he actually misses the star pad. So that is somewhat impactful there. Arbus usually puts some anti-drop defense anyway. On this map in particular, I think you kind of have to. Ooh. 2 Maverick hits away from death. Embassy. Makes sense. If you suspect it's bio, you definitely want a witness for potential Eidolon move-outs and stuff. But, like if you think it's Eidolon specifically. Good to have anyway. You just don't need the witness as early versus bio as you do versus mech because of the mines. Oh, so that's a lot of Hurricanes. Are we not going to see anything else thrown in there? Maybe a Cyprian? Maybe, okay, 2 Mavs. And he's going to go for his expansion here pretty soon. Good timing on that. Although it is a bit risky because if there was like a gateway army outside here, this base would basically be dead. But it's not a gateway heavy focus anyway, right? The vassal kind of tells you that. What Arbus' reaction time to this is going to be impactful. The fact that the Trojan bypassed the vassal as well is a bit unlucky for him. Not responding just yet. Now he is. We'll count the workers. He was at 24 a second ago. Looks like he's only lost 2 of them, but now his Nexus is under attack. Well, he didn't stem his Mavs. He's going to just load up and get out of there. Okay, he ended up losing a lot more workers than I thought. He must have just completed a round as this happened, because that's 4 corpses, or 5 corpses, so pretty good damage there. And what do you know, Godwheat is still a little bit behind the 8 ball, having not finished the second ministry yet. He's adding some more stockades. I think without that damage, Arbus is in a really good spot as far as the game is concerned. But, oops, I picked the wrong place to click. Now the manifolds are there. Honestly, the Hurricanes can actually kill the manifolds, believe it or not, but they're kind of going after the Warden. I don't know if that must have been a discrete order given. They wouldn't just automatically target that, so. Some of the Hurricanes chasing down the workers. Yeah. Could have been controlled a bit better. The Trojan escapes with 10 health, though, so I guess there's that. He knocks out another Warden with no cancel. We'll take those where we can get them. Vestry coming in. We have the Witness on the way for Arbus. He'll be able to scout out what his opponent has. Spoiler, a ton of Cyprians. No detection yet. Mentioned the Trojan got out. It technically did, but it's still right there at the precipice of death. No. Gotta watch out for that. With the Ardent Authority starting, we can get a sense for what Arbus wants here. I'm guessing 2 Unitaries. Grab those Unars, grab those Architect. A lot more Huracan Cyprian happening out over here. The Vestry for Cleric, no Shaman just yet. To their credit, I guess the Shamans aren't necessary right now anyway, because I'm looking at the composition Arbus has, and it actually feels pretty weak, militarily speaking. It's going to be some time before you can step to the amount of damage the Cyprians can deal. Doesn't have a lot of Dracodons. His Zealot count is probably going to be handled by the Hurricans as well. Attempted third base on location, disrupted by a vassal. Meanwhile, over at the 1 o'clock position, we do indeed have... Well, it's hooked onto the watchdog, so he's actually fine. Drop starting up as well. Hold on, we got an attack coming in. Yeah, I mean, this position with the Cyprian stacks is going to be pretty dangerous here in a second as the last of the Zealots fall. It's a good arc for Arbuz, but he needs to pull back. The Cyprians are about to wreck his stuff immediately. Losing a Dracodon. When the Ecclesiast dies to give you a speed boost, hopefully that's the grace you need, but there's a lot more Cyprians where that came from. And they are really strong. That drop is coming in as well. It's adding a little bit of disruption. It will eventually be dealt with just by the static defense and the manifolds there. He's kind of cowed behind his Nexus right now. And this is what I was talking about with that DPS, you know? Like, you don't really have the staying power to fight the Cyprians in a head-on fight when the Zealots get headed off by Hurricanes. And that Nexus is a ticking time bomb. You can see the Scribe's also being pulled to try to draw some fire. The Zealots should be able to absorb a lot of this initially. We don't have any golems or anything to deal with that, though. Pylon as well, I love it. Pull those workers back. Some reinforcements are coming in, but honestly, it's not that many. Arbuz can definitely stick this fight out if he wants to. Losing the Ecclesiast doesn't really help, though. Yeah, he doesn't really have any, no golems and no Grand Library for anything else. Hold on, with Hurricanes coming in, this started to get a lot more scary for Arbuz. He's only making servitors out of the Ardent. I don't think that's going to work out. He didn't start any extra static defense. The engram is coming up way too late, not even canceled. I think Godwait's just going to force the issue here. He's losing this Nexus is way too much. GG is called. Arbuz knows when he's torn to shreds. This time by Bio, of all things. All right, well, I wasn't predicting that outcome coming into it, but hats off to him. He managed to make it happen, the mad lad himself. Now he has to go up against another Protoss player. I don't believe it. He's got to go up against Doglived coming up next, who is bested by Hamster in the upper bracket. And the winner of this goes on to face Wolfix as well. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We do indeed have our next matchup in front of you. Doglived in the top left, our Dark Lavender Protoss player. Crisis Vector, the map. Doglived the higher seed. He picked the map. Godweed is in the bottom right as our yellow Terran. And he's once again going to go Bio. We've seen a lot of Terran. So if possible, I'll look for a PVZ after we're done with our exciting match here. To me, it looks like we're going to have some really interesting matches if these pro players stick around as well. Wolfix joining for our weekend wage here. And then we had, obviously, Han Mono say he wants to play all the time. He's looking for games all the time, trying to get more people to play. He's going to ask his teammates in StarCraft 2, see if they want to try it. So he's definitely enjoying it. And so that's already a pretty good sign, in my opinion. All right. Right about now, we're looking at Godweet's double stockade play, the double lattice from Doglived. He wants to try the vassals again. It didn't work out versus Hamster, but it could have done a little bit better. Hamster just knows how to respond to those kinds of things. We'll see what Godweet's response is by comparison. Oh, it looks like a couple of these workers are not actually harvesting. They're idle. No! Oh, no! Oh, Doglived. How long do you think it's going to be before he notices that? They're not even on like a follow order or anything. He's microing the vassal. He's too busy. Talk to him later, you know what I mean? No, he still hasn't noticed. He's basically playing at a 2-worker deficit already. Can't be doing that versus Godweet. That's not a handicap you could necessarily recover from, my friend. Just a 4 Maverick move out, apply a little bit of pressure, make it so that these vassals can't just blindly walk across the map, and that's why. You do lose very handily. We have the 1 Watchdog for defense. We got nothing over here at the stockades, but we could see one be made and then floated over or whatever, if it needed to happen. Vassals aren't as scary as mutas or something, right? Adding a gateway at this point, some golems coming out. Golems are really good versus bio, I'll give him that. Oh no, good stem there from Godweed. He almost snaps the neck of that vassal off to the side. Instead, he's going to try to chase down that sim. Killer Instinct, maybe? Oh, he gets it before the split. I didn't think that would happen. Now it's just a manifold. We got the vassals dogged out all the way. Remember, one of them is very low. Oh yeah, they're just butter compared to the Mavericks, and now the stim-in is occurring. There's one golem that's going to finish up here. Now finally those workers will get activated because they got to be pulled. You can see him pulling back. Oh, get the golem involved. Man, it has so much armor. Good luck actually killing it. I think Godweed's recognized here. He just needs to right-click workers. You know what I mean? He's not going to do much damage to anything else. The drill is good, though. He does kill a good number of workers. He's got a couple more Mavericks up there at the front. Should probably mass them up back at home. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. And so that Veiled Order that's meant for Dogliv to get ahead, meant for him to maybe force some extra investment, not really necessarily the best of moves there, right? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't give him much to work with here. 1 Watchdog was made, that was it. He's actually down material after that play. Are we thinking about an expansion? What's going on, the Ender? This is not, they're not stacked. This is just, they occupy less build space in Cosmonarchy. We'll eventually remodel it, but you don't get any benefit from, you know, besides like SimCity from doing this. You know, your units come out at the same time kind of area. Now, this is Aura here from Godweed. He's just egoing him a little bit. Like, yeah, you better run away from my Mavericks. I'm going to stim after you with 5 Mavs. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Dogliv, a Trojan full of Maverick and Hurakan has just left the base. So he actually could have pressured with the 1 Draconin and the Idol if he wanted to, especially if that Golem was there. He doesn't even actually have money for the Ministry. This is cheeky, because, you know, if Dogliv ducked in enough to see this Mason here, he'd be like, oh, you're trying to expand. No. He is not trying to expand. He's adding more stockades. I mean, I guess he's going to put down the Ministry soon, but he was not actually trying to expand at the time. He ended up going for more military, so neat little fake out there. Here comes the drop. Reaction time a little bit slow for Dogliv, and remember, he already lost workers earlier. This is going to be way more successful than it was versus Arbus. Holy moly. Remember, he keeps the Trojan alive as well, so he can scoop them back up afterwards. And GG is called just like that. Dogliv does not believe in himself to come back versus the might of Godweed. Well, that was a really quick way to bring us to some more TVT. And remember, we did cast the second game here, so we are only going to cast the first. But worth pointing out, the next game is Wolfix, pro-Polish Terran from Starcraft 1, taking on Sir Godweed. Another situation where he finds himself not in the position to dictate the first map. I believe the first map then was Acid Test as a result, and we'll take a look at that game. Just pan over to my face for a moment again, and then jump back into it. And this will be the last match from the weekend waves that we cast, and we'll go into some more recent matches, which I'm looking forward to indeed. That was the upper final. I think. Yeah. All right. Wolfix in the top right is our electric blue Terran, and Godweed in the bottom right is our green Terran. TVT in Cosmonarchy, in my opinion, is very cool. It looks cool. That's right, dog. That's right. That's the benefit of stacking. I guess if you left a gap in between, you could path through them. That's probably the real decision making there, if you really felt like you needed to. Get our Gamba up here for you guys to enjoy. And we do have a Fulcrum first for Godweed. For both players, actually. Interesting that he's going for this. Remember, he went bio against Aoud. What's going on, Shambler? Welcome to the chat. This is the final match that we have yet to cast here from this bracket, I believe. It's really cool to see Wolfix adopt so much of Cosmonarchy so quickly, you know what I mean? I'll take it, I'll take it. One Vulture from Wolfix. He likes to do his one Falk expand, so scouting the 2 Falk pressure from Godwheat should give him what he needs to hold out against it. And, you know, he's got pro-level micro, so is he really going to be snuffed out here so early? I don't think so. But I'll give Godwheat the room to prove me wrong. Also, it does depend on where the mines are placed, right? What's he doing with this guy? Oh, yeah, that wasn't his Mason. That makes sense. Didn't want to leave it obvious where he was going. He actually puts his Vulture after his own Mason just to make sure that his gets back. You know what I mean? That's pretty cute. I like it. And he waits to clear the Mason before laying any mines because the Mason would trigger the mines, so pretty smart there as well. Got his minefield up quite a distance away. Is he going to go down with a structure? Yeah, the anchor, okay. It was in this tournament, this weekly event, well, I should say bi-weekly event. It was here and now that Wolfix learned that you can put mech units in anchors. It was versus the match Dog Lived in the upper bracket, and I said, hey man, you can do that, by the way. And he's like, oh, nice. So, there you go. Pretty cool. Godwheat could try something here, but, I mean, the mines are going to make it a lot harder for him. Devastated. Now you've activated Wolfix's aggressive mode. But there's mines on the other side! Oh, and he doesn't even target the wounded one. He could have killed one and then done damage to the other or something and kept going, but elected not to. Slobberknocker of a game, I'm telling you. Starpad finishes up. We are going to see a Trojan. Aoud has shown that if you send 4 Vultures into a Terran base, you can get many, many worker kills. Many worker kills. Godwheat wants to try that. Still no expansion from him, though. He's going to have to do some serious damage. He's going to have to kill, like, 8 workers just to be even by the time his drop hits. So that's a little bit concerning for him. And a Vestry with many Stockade coming. Okay, so Wolfix is going to use his 1 Falk expand and go into Covenant. He's going to be doing Eidolon base play again. A last hurrah for the Eidolon before its change, before its modification. Man, kind of wild to think that we are going on our 2nd hour of the broadcast here, and all of these games were the games I didn't cast from the weekend wage that took 4 hours or something. We had 6 hours or so of Cosmonarchy played in such a short time. All right, the 4 Vultures are going to unload at the extremis of the base. And we do have a little bit of room for a run-by afterwards if there's, you know, friendly Vultures from Wolfix. So the setup is good. He's splitting his focus, though. He's only killed the 1 worker. Now the Vultures are trying to pressure the front at the same time. And, well, Wolfix is going to have to pinch out and see what he wants to focus on here. Covenant could be targeted down. Maybe. Doesn't really feel like it's going to be. Laying his mines at a bit of a later time. He could try to bop the Watchdog, and it looks like he will at the very end there. It'll burn down now. Oh, he's trying to dance. He wants to dance with his opponent, maybe dive on him when the mines pop, and instead he thinks twice against it. He did clear a path past the anchor if he wanted to do some more pressure on the front, but all these green dots are mines, right? So Ministry will finish up here. And again, what did I say about the worker count? He needed to kill like 8 or something to be effective. He's down 10. Even if he has perfect saturation and perfect worker production, which he doesn't yet. Godwheat is still in a bit of a rough spot when it comes to the macro. We've got an anchor being set up here in the mineral line, which I love by Wolfix. It's kind of realizing, I think, that the fact that your mech units can also enter into anchors means that there's not really a reason to ever not build them. And especially you're going bio anyway, so there wouldn't be a reason to ignore them. But if you weren't going bio, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. All of a sudden you can see a reason to do it. More Fulcrums are going to be lodged in here, and we have some Cyclops coming up. First unit that isn't a Vulture. Or I guess a Trojan being made here by Godwheat. Also adding an ant seal to that list. It'll be growing. Or maybe not. I mean, I guess eventually he's going to do Palladium, right? There it is, coming up now. And Covenant's already done. We got Eidolons coming out. We are going to see 6 Stockade, 7, 8 Stockade coming for Wolfix. He wants to keep on keeping on in that department. Not so many Masons being sent to work just yet here, because not so many Masons exist. Down 12 workers. It's Godwheat. Extra stockades. Almost there at the dozen. I can't remember how many he goes up to on 2 base. I think it might be 14. Looks like he wants to make like a watchdog or something over here. That will scout what's happening with that Trojan, which is pretty cute. The Vultures will get a little bit of damage dealt here, and the Trojan will escape, so no worries there. Well, there's going to be a lot of bio production here in a moment. He does have Phalanx. How many Cyclops has he made in the interim? Not really that many, is there? Doesn't feel like it anyway. I'm also a little bit concerned. One of the things we saw Ayu do when he was up against a player doing this more bio-oriented move was he made mass Anseal, like 8 to 10 Anseals. He just didn't do... we don't have the same count here for Godwheat. Let's see how his first fight goes. That's a good initial volley. His Anseals are going to be focused down here in a moment. Oh, they narrowly end up escaping. There are a couple of Shamans out, but they're not quite deploying for that extra radius and the healing. I don't know, man. It doesn't look like Wolfix is able to crack open just yet, but that was a very precarious fight where if he had focused down the Anseals, what recourse would Godwheat have even had? There's the stim from the Mavericks. You cannot hold against this. That secondary fight doesn't feel like it was... it went as the first fight I thought would. He's going to deploy the Phalanx, but there's nothing here to protect them. Oh, maybe they don't need protection, though. Turns out they did. 2 of them go down immediately. But it does clear out a lot of the Mavericks. So there is that at least. 4 more Eidolons coming. We don't have any Hurakan from Wolfix. I know he knows about them at this stage of his playing career, but does he want to use them is the question. Firebat equivalent. Much more meta in Cosmo. Oh, I love the little Cyclops airlift over here. There is an anchor with 2 Vultures in it, but you can kind of try to overpower that if you want to. Problem is, it does leave your front push a lot more vulnerable, a lot more brittle. And I think the Eidolons are going to make short work of this now that the Phalanx are gone. Anseals have long since been dealt with as well. Trying to run the Cyclops around and get a little bit more damage. He's doing an okay amount of worker damage. He's actually caught up in workers based on that. Both players abandoning further worker construction efforts for the time being. But it doesn't look like he can really push any further forward with his army. Got to cycle back to where the mines are. He's trying to set up a 3rd base behind this. Maybe he can get away with that. He is going to go ahead and get it on the way, on location, which is a bit ballsy. You can just build it over here and float it. Just mass Cyclops production. He's got no artillery. No further Phalanx production. There's a couple of Cyprians scattered through here, a couple of Savants, but the main bulk of the army is the Mavericks, with those long shot snipers, the Eidolon, giving a lot more value over time. There are a couple of mines here. It's not going to be quite enough, and I feel like Godwheat's army is just going to get shellacked in a moment. How do you possibly deal with all of this? The Mavericks are obviously going to get wiped. That's kind of their duty in the front lines, though, and we have many more units coming out from that. He's got more Cyclops coming out, but they're not even on an attack move initially, and GG has to be called. Wolfix takes the game, and that's how he started his match. The second one we did on broadcast, and so we know that Wolfix did take that one as well. And that will be the end of our Weekend Wage coverage. Thank you very much for joining us. Very cool. Very cool. All right. With that, we do get to cast some other match.
I am a hero!
The Shambler. Drawn was asking about renaming units. I didn't rename every unit in the game. We still have like Zealot and Vulture, Nexus and Gateway. Do we have any other Terran units? Wraith. Wraith is still the same name. But most of the time I pick a name that's better for the new character of the unit. Like, I always wanted more descriptive names, and most of the time I pick a name that's better for the new character of the unit. Always wanted anyway, but even setting aside my personal sort of authorial, like as an author or as the creator, my own biases there, the units do different things now. So giving them a little bit more going on felt like it was pretty good. Dracodon for Protoss is super based because it's like the root word of Dracula almost. Obviously a very Terran concept, but it's like a Adin is the suffix of paladin. And so an undead paladin, I mean, you rise again as a Dracodon, as a Dragoon, right? It's a zealot that died or something like that is the backstory of the unit. That's pretty sick, in my opinion. Pretty thematic and epic. So, yeah, a lot of cool stuff like that. Thematics, mostly giving you an indication as well as the player that like, oh, this unit does something completely different now. So it doesn't make sense to keep calling it the Fire Bat or whatever, you know what I mean? Not so sure. I'm not so sure. Yeah, Maverick instead of Hurakan, you definitely snowball the fights a little bit more if you end up winning overwhelmingly. And I guess it's less minerals and less downtime on your stockades, so which means more Eidolons? Something like that might be the thinking. But who knows? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much thought he's put into it just yet. We're going to go into some more games, and I don't think Wolfix is featured in any of them. There are some matches where he is featured, but I don't think I'll be casting any of those immediately. Instead, what I would like to cast is, let's see. Oh, we have a match between Oya and Ultra, and I definitely want to cast that one. That one is a good one, surely. Go ahead and grab ourselves the latest version of pre-release that was corresponding with this match, and we'll get into it. What's going on? 420 Quick Scops, one of our donors for the show match coming up tomorrow at 10 a.m. featuring some StarCraft 2 pros playing Cosmonarchy. That's going to be a good one.
I am a hero!
Yeah. Yes, a hero. He donated. What was the reason to rename Siege Tank to Phalanx? If you think about the idea of deploying into a line, an arc, a defensive formation, that's a Phalanx. Pretty epic. We also we managed to make a lot of changes to their durability, so they have way more health now. In tank mode, they have more armor, and they lose that armor in siege mode. But the idea behind it is that, like, oh yeah, they're really hard to get through. So they do something different, right? They don't do what they used to. They have a mortar instead of what they used to have as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. Phalanx taste better than tank. There is still siege mode and tank mode, so there's that as well. Okay, we're going to be seeing Oya versus Ultra here in a moment. I'm just configuring our lovely match overlay. Oya has been smoking people in these show matches, man. I can't believe it. And now he's actually practicing, too. Wild. And he was sad that he missed out on some tournament action. So you can tell he's maybe thinking he wants to play some more. Very cool stuff. Oh yeah, and I guess I can take off the best of one header. It's no longer tournament style stuff anymore. Just games that have been sent in as good matches to cast for replays and stuff. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets on Twitch. The Gamba is up. Crisis Vector is our map. Oya in the bottom right is our Platinum Blue Protoss, and Ultra in the top left is our Vine Green Terran. Over 100 player colors you can select from in Cosmonarchy, so I'm glad that I guessed those ones correct. Phalanx mode rolls down with whiskey, better than Siege Tank. Amazing. Oh, a lot of bets on for Ultra here. Already people thinking about that. Very cool, very cool. Terran Supremacy. All right, that's what people want to see. Terran Imba Tesagi in Cosmonarchy? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Meme arrow. Clickbait arrow. Just like a really deep-fried version of just a screenshot of the Masons mining, and then like the clickbait arrow is pointing at the Mason. It's like, dude, I can't believe how OP Terran is. Look at their worker. Even the workers do something a bit different now, right? I mean, they make different stuff, but they mine at a different rate, and they move at a different rate. There's a pretty good argument that they are used in very different ways. Now they're tankier. You can use them as, like, combat units a bit more frequently in raids in the early game and stuff, so good reasons to rename them as well. Pretty awesome. Oya is too good, man. Oya is really good. Terran doesn't win, Protoss needs nerfs. Okay, got it. I understand the assignment here, Quick Scott. If Protoss wins and needs nerfs, then we need more money for our show match, which you can donate via the link here. There you go. That's my reaction. 2-gate versus double stockade. We know that Ultra loves himself some Maverick. Looks like he's going to add a star pad behind it. Show match is tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's about, what would you say, 16 hours from right now. That's when the show match is. So, wind your clocks that direction. Can't donate more until next week? No worries, brother. We got another show match next week, too. If Terran loses Zerg need. Okay. Got it. Understand, Shambler. I agree with this. If Terran wins, goes. So the two Hierophants are out here just scouting out. It is going to be an anchor. We got Cyprians. You're not really going to be able to bust this as the Protoss, but that's not going to stop Oya from giving it a good look-see. You can see his expansion starting up a bit sooner than his opponents. Ooh. You hear that little higher-pitched impact sound? It indicates that it's penetrating the enemy unit. So it's a little visual read, or audio read, I guess, that you're losing out on the armor battle. Oh, you're thinking about his next structure. Is it going to be an Ardent? It is going to be an Ardent. By the way, Ultra has a drop coming and Treasury, so he clearly wants to go for Talos here. This has been a problem for him in the past. Got his drop figured out. It's got 3 Cyprians. Could do a lot of damage. We'll see what Oya's reaction is. By the time the drop gets there, the Nexus will be done. And Oya's really good at making workers. I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, but he's really good at making workers. Yeah, this StarCraft 1 Pro, he's super good at making workers. Ori coming for Mr. Ultra. And Oya is just set up outside his collection point there with a couple of Striders. Worker transfer's already begun. And he knows how many he needs, too. Look, he kept 13 on there. He could do one more, and he'd still be at peak saturation for the efficiency, right? Peak efficiency on his mining. Here comes the Trojan, taking the scenic path, seeing even the little decor that has been left there by Jujic. Not so many workers to raid over here, but it looks like Ultra still wants to give it a go. Reaction time is pretty quick. He's only going to end up losing, I think, 2 workers. Well, some more do come out, so 4 workers go down. That just brings Ultra within one worker, not really lead, but like a change-up, right? You can see the Zealots are out here trying to defend. The rest of the army has been recalled. This is giving Ultra a lot more breathing room, but he's going to scale his economy up so much slower than his opponent, so I'm not so sure it's going to be quite enough. Oh, saving every single one of those Cyprians at 1 HP. That is so wild to me. Back to mining, though. Oya's not really that devastated by it, and it looks like the Trojan is going to need to be evacuated in a more careful way. Oh, some fadeaway shots, though. Not quite able to get more than one more worker. So, all right. Oya can get back to mining. That was really good from Ultra as far as harassment goes. What was the development behind it? A second treasury can try to scale up his economy. Going to be at the cost of Vespine, remember. Third stockade. Could Oya have responded to that drop better? Maybe. Maybe. He did do a really good job cycling his workers around, losing as few as possible within reason. You know, he lost 4 down here. There's like, he could have only lost 1 if he was super on the ball, but he's busy doing other things. And then we have the Taluses coming out from Ultra. He's actually making 3 at a pop, because even his ministry is making them. That's how dedicated the man is. And we do see those satellite bases coming out pretty soon. Anchor has repairmen on display. Oh, those Taluses almost get focused down immediately. Wow, it took so long for Protoss casualties to ferment, but they are just going to be the Zealots. Could cycle through and kill that Anciel if he wanted to. It's not being focused down. There you go. Very nice. Loses 1 Strider. It was the Hierophant, unfortunately, so that is a bit more of an expensive one. We do have a Positron coming. Unitary Union. Matrixes for defense. Make it a lot harder to drop in the later stages of the game. But Ultra isn't really keen on making any more, right? He's just going to make Anciels. Maybe he'll make Trojans later on, but for now I think he's focusing all of his Vespine onto the worker construction efforts. Maybe scaling up to tier 2 soon. Our players are once again even on eco. Although Vespine eco is going to be a bit of a different story with this top right base taken care of. Normally it's what we say about Protoss, because Protoss players are going to have their artisans out in the middle of the map harvesting Vespine or whatever from nodes. And we don't really have that happening this time around. Instead, Ultra's adding the Covenant. He's not going to go tier 2 then. He's going to stick it out on Eidolon. Maybe Eidolon Hurakan, Eidolon Maverick, something like that. I think compared to Wolfix, Ultra does play Eidolon Hurakan a lot more. It's a Ghost Firebat equivalent, basically, if you're using the original terms. But as we discussed earlier, they do very different things now. Talus in the middle of the map is going to be swatted out. You could just waypoint some of them over here and return to this neutral treasury in the middle of the map if you want. There are juicy, juicy, rich gases there. They return 7 per return instead of 5. Adding more stockades, though. Ultra not interested in that just yet. Oh, he's adding a lot of savants. Okay, so maybe I was wrong about the Eidolon factor, but could also be he's leapfrogging into Eidolon with some savants as like the mainstay. Capping our gas in the natural. Embassy in the main. Second Unitary Union, adding those Unars. The army size of Oya is not going to scale nearly as fast as Ultra's, but he is working with a lot of tier 1 bio. Tier 1.5 in the case of the savant. Yeah, feels like slowly, over time, Oya's going to try to take command of this game from a technical perspective. But this base has been mining for quite a while now. Big worker transfer with the Taluses, and now we even have 1 o'clock being taken. Oya patrolling through the map, but not immediately controlling the grounds where the bases are. See him cycling a scribe over to the third base. Oh, he will actually pop up here and see that this base has just been set up. So there's enough bio that I don't think that Ultra is going to need to concede this particular base up here. And you can't fight this army with what Oya has. He doesn't have any of his enhanced tier structures or anything actually giving him units in this position. Oh, man. Yeah, we have some Positrons out, but we don't have any of the Unars in this position. Stim of the Mavericks after the army is interesting as well, but doesn't look like he wants to commit to it. So, yep. Doesn't even force a lift off from the treasury. Third Nexus is on the way. Oh, he is actually under the pump when it comes to money, remember. Economically, the Terran is ahead. Artisan now making its way here. It will harvest the gas there. That's sort of what I was talking about with these Talos, but obviously there's way more income for Ultra by comparison. Now, I say way more. Obviously, he's only up by 3 workers, but he has a reasonable number of mineral harvesters there in the natural, so it's not like he's undersaturated. This is a hard angle for him to take the fight, though. The Witness is here. There's no detection. There's also no need for the Witness right this second. Savants are stacking up their attack speed steal. So Oya does the right thing and cycles back as his Zealots die. Savant count is still pretty high, but you can tell that it's waning in usefulness as the Architects and the Unars come out. Those longer range units, you need Eidolons to try to counter them if you're not going to be going mech. Adding more stockades. We're going up to 10 stockade. Wolfix would be proud of that. Wolfix would have like 30 stockade right now with all these extra bases, though, to be fair. Even taking this 3 o'clock position is so cheeky. Oh. He's trying to see if he can focus down the... Oh, he will get the Ant Seal. That's really important. Unfortunately, his army is kind of caught in the middle of no man's land. That Unar should be easy enough to jump on. The Savants deploy. He can just cycle his army back off to the side, and then he can try to engage this without the Savants stacking up their passive. Oh, this is the new Eidolon as well with their projectiles coming out. He does end up losing the Unar and a lot of his gateway chaff. He's reduced down to the Architects, the 1 Unar that he's got left alive. Savants are stacking up. Stealing attack speed from the workers still counts. Oh, an Architect going down for free. The Witness still here for detection. And there's enough over here to drive back the Savants, but a lot of workers went down. Oh, yeah, down in workers yet again. And he will clean that out. Oh, he's so close to discovering this treasury. What do we have behind this, though? Not really much in terms of production. Ultra has not gone for any tech up or transition point. He's actually going to saturate this 3 o'clock, which is so wild to me. And it looks like he'll set up a treasury at 9. Oh yeah, maybe thinking about 6 o'clock. He will take it. The Monument of Sin. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling we're going to see some Star Sovereigns today. Tier 2 coming for Ultra. What does he want to do with it is the question. I can't believe he's been allowed to get away with this 3 o'clock base. That's so wild to me. We do have some improvements coming for the Architect model, by the way. The engine is fixed, thrusters, but also the team color and the firing animation just tweaked a little bit there to be a higher sample count. It'll look very nice comparatively. Shout out to Solstice for helping me figure that out. I now know a lot more about how to set up those Blender node groups, so I'm appreciative of that. Dude, there are so many Harakans. Very wild. See him preemptively distributing his Masons. He wants to make a lot of something. With this gas, I'm going to say it's a starport spam. Yep. He's got starports coming, all right. 6 starports on the way. His Harakans and Eidolons are continuing to sort of navigate through the map. He's got to evacuate these Taloses off into the corner. How soon does he wait before he puts the treasury down there again? And he might also unwittingly just walk Oya into the free clock spawn. The Harakans are definitely occupying a lot of Oya's time here, and the Architects themselves are just dying straight up to Ahmed. The Harakan push is enough. The Eidolons are also helping out here. This is a big fight. I mean, we got a lot of Unars. We even have the attack speed increase courtesy of the Hyros. That is going to factor in quite a bit. Where's that focus fire? Does Ultra even need it? He's back at home. He's setting up his add-ons. All right, now he's going to micro his army. Try to focus them down. Let's see if it's enough. Yeah, the Harakans are just tearing everything apart here, rending the armor. There's 48 more Harakans where that came from. The Rotary is on the way. He's definitely going Sundog here. Dude, we saw Han Mono make a ton of salamanders, and I'm not joking. I think that could be the secret ingredient. Because they do so much splash on the ground. If you can keep them alive, they just cover the entire section of the map that your opponent's in. Now, the Star Sovereign's already out. A second one here. Mass Gate coming. I think Oya's recognized he needs a lot more chaff. Star Sovereigns are going to be hard to deal with from the Sundog perspective, I feel like. One of the few units that actually reduces their damage, because Sundogs do have 4 armor pen. We also have an Optecton. Second one, a third one on the way. No Crucible in sight. Who needs them? It looks like a lot of Harakan and even a lot of Eidolon, but I'm starting to be scared for our Terran. I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, he's overcooking here a little bit. 10 Eidolon. He's making all the Sundogs. If he can't snipe the important units, I feel like this game is going to be unceremoniously over. Jujic says salamanders are epic right now. You know what? Promoted. There's 12 Sundogs on the way to the bottom left. They'll end up running into this base and killing it immediately. Actually, that was canceled, I think. Good job on Oya there. Witness spotting the green tide moving in to a different position. Not that many static defense structures in place here. One Sundog does go down. Yunar is helping out as well. Well, he's still got a decent number of them. You can see he's going after the tech structures as well. And Oya's army is just kind of all in the middle of this place. He has no fast-moving units to try to intercept. Is he actually going to snipe this monument? He could. It's a possibility before the next Star Sovereign comes out. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, baby. Hey, Ancestral's a juicy target too. Can you do it, though? This is what people have thought about maybe the Sundogs are used for. Is if you catch your Protoss opponent slipping, you can just walk in here and erase their tech. And that's all the Tier 4 structures gone. And Ardent gone. He didn't take out the Unitaries, but, I mean, that's fine, right? Like, you can live with that. Wild stuff here. He still has a really deadly looking army, though. 3 Optectons. Aren't there more? There's a 4th out. Star Sovereigns are somewhere. Not much splash damage for the skies. The Star Sovereigns will count there. Hey, I don't like being right over all this anti-air. The Unars in particular, they feel like they're just erasing the Sundog stack. He does pick 2 Optectons. There's still 2 more where that came from, though. And how is the Harakan Eidolon ever supposed to fight that right now? All the Sundogs got wiped. Or did they? Maybe they fled the scene. I'm looking around for some. Those are fresh ones. Got 6 more going to finish soon. Still has enough Harakan Eidolon to do something here. No, I mean, he's got a lot of Eidolon still. He's But that gateway switch to make a lot of Drakodins, that takes so much longer for the Eidolon Hurakan to kill than something like Zealots. And they buy so much time. Look at the Unar count. We've got 9 of the bad boys. He's going after the Uptectons. He doesn't even realize the Unars are what are doing him in. And the Star Sovereign as well has so much health. I don't think he's got enough, man. Down to his last brigade of Hurakan Eidolon. And Oya's response was to make 2 more Ancestrals. And keep on expanding as well. I don't think Ultra can do a damn thing about it. He's got more Sundogs, but that's not going to help him. Hey, the Unar count is much reduced now, but you still can't really do much with all the Star Sovereigns, right? We might not even get a chance to see Oya engage the glassing cannon. GG. Oya takes the game. Man, that was back and forth, neck and neck. And, you know, all you Protoss enjoyers, I'm expecting that check in the mail. I am checking PayPal. GG's, man. That was an exciting match. What's up, Arbuz? I don't think I'll ever call it that. That is, that's not it. All right. We will get some more games in. I'm thinking we'll stick with Oya, but we're going to have him play against a pretty potent Zerg player, actually. I'm even going to put this Zerg player above Oya in terms of the expectation, shall we? At least I'm assuming he played Zerg. Pretty sure that's what happened. These games are hot off the presses, just played, I believe, yesterday. Oh yeah, we have a series of them, don't we? What's going on, Fat Dingus? Are these live games or submissions? These are replays. Also, how are you doing? I'm doing very well myself. Tecton equals Protoss win. Yeah, the classic. Deathball's OP even in Cosmonarchy. Yeah. Good Gamba, says Sauce. Yeah, the Terran... Well, he did have the Sundogs for a big portion of that. I feel like if he had just used the Sundogs to try to pick apart the army to the left in that big engagement in the middle on Ultra's side of the map, the army to the left that wasn't really being engaged by a lot of Hurakan Eidolon, he could have probably picked a bunch of units on the extreme, and then the Hurakans would have stayed alive a little bit longer because they weren't being nuked by all the Unars. So I don't know, there's something about that. And Dog was mentioning in chat that Mantles would have helped out a lot to deal with all the Unars and stuff, or, you know, just in general the chaff, but I don't know. It's definitely something that there's something still yet to be decided about how to navigate that section of the matchup. That was really cool though. Remove the troll. You can only 6 pool. You can only make Droleth from Larvosk. All right. We have some more where that came from. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this series, actually. I wanna pop in and see which version of the game it is. Man, that would take so much coding because I think we unimplemented a lot of the stuff. Really funny. Okay, what do we got here? Yeah. All right. Let's go, boys. Gamba is coming up for this ZVP. It's going to be Oya in the bottom right, our maroon Protoss player. Cranking down in the top left. Ooh, this is a funny color. Is this emerald? Aquamarine. I haven't seen this color in so long.
Zerg here?
Zerg here. Zerg here, damn it. We have Oya playing Gateway first, as expected. Krankendao playing Pool first. I don't know if that's expected, but I'll take it. I'll take it. The double gate. Cool Kagrant. I do want to see how Oya's PVZ looks against someone who is much more experienced as a Zerg player than any of the players who have been playing more recently, except for Hamster. Hamster just kind of got back into things, but I don't think he played versus Oya much yet. Not recently, anyway. He played versus Oya back in the first show match that was going down. This will be really neat. A 3-gate start here. Oya going to be doing Legionnaire. 3-gate expand versus Zerg does seem to be a common build. We'll see if if Oya ends up doing anything else. I don't see it too often from other Zerg players. I mean, other Protoss players. But Oya likes it versus Zerg. One Zethar Core is being hunted by the Legionnaire, but the orb walking was not there. Not quite there. Everybody all in on an Oya victory here, I notice. Okay, interesting. Ecclesiast will help finish the job. Oh, the Zealot steals the kill. What a guy. Second Zeth doesn't fare much better than the first. So we are going to see 3 larvae per 14 seconds here, turned into mostly military, though there is a Droleth on the way for Crank. And we can tell Oya is setting up for his attempted sort of Zealot Ecclesiast pressure. Ooh, he queued up a couple extra Ecclesiasts as well. Gonna wait one more rotation before he drops his Nexus. Oh, I can shout out Neblime for bringing us many more dollars closer to our goal. He did so in a way that doesn't get tracked on the overlay, so I'll have to change that in a moment. But 50 USD just got sent in by Neblime for the show match. Big ups to that man. And big ups to Crankadow for getting the surround off. That's really good play. He's going to totally own the Protoss army here, even though he wasn't focus firing. You can see they're just all falling at around the same time. He gets away with 2 Ecclesiasts, and that's about it. The Nexus never got started here, so Oya is in some trouble. And does he feel like he even can go for the Nexus? He has no idea the Shroud is halfway complete. He will put down the Nexus, and I'd like to see him start a wall, like almost ASAP here. There's the expand for Crank as his Shroud finishes up. He's probably going to look for Lakis before Zorius, but we'll see what he wants to do here. That color looks really nice on Zorius. Very cool. Seedant preemptively warped in. I love it from Oya. He's very committed to that extra Vespian Harvest. It does cost 400 minerals for an Aquifer, so you got to factor that in as well. Bit of a move out here from Oya. A little risky because he doesn't really know where the Zerg army is or what it consists of. When he sees the lake is, he's going to have to drop an embassy. He does not have one yet. There's the Nexus finishing up. Another Zeth bites the dust. Yeah, Quickscop's in the chat cheering for Crank. Teach this pro StarCraft 1 player what's up. Lakis immediately cuts his plans short. But how quickly is he going to... He's trying to set up a little bit of an arc here. How quickly does he go for that embassy back at home? That'll be my question. Ardent first. Priorities, gentlemen. Cheeky little move out there from Crank, trying to see what he can do. Stressing the situation. Testing. What's going on here? How many units do you got? Bulwark for detection locally. Matrix. Still no embassy, though. It kind of dictates, like, Oya wants to tech up and get his, third base up pretty soon, probably. So he's not actually threatening a bust. He doesn't have a witness coming. He's just like, yeah, I'll just see if you move out. I got my bulwark for static detection back at my base in case you break out and try to go for something more aggressive. It's really smart game theory, actually, because Ouya's not interested in a bust right now. He wants to develop his tech into a more favorable position. Oh, a prostration stage immediately, as soon as that Ardent finishes. A Cantor queued up afterwards. I love his reaction time, too. Very good to see. Clears the first couple Zeths and then just kind of stutters back. Wants to get a read on how many Lakers are here. And I love that he's taxing the Quas. Like, he can't beat the army head on, even if there were no Quas here. But I love that he's doing his best to try, you know what I mean? He's just making sure that it's less powerful than it could be. This is a classic move in, say, PvT in StarCraft 1, where you just try to slow down the push, even though you can't win the heads-up fight. You're gathering more strength at home, reducing some of their units here and there, making them hemorrhage some units. Yeah, Kraken now has to constantly watch what's going on. He's added a macro hatch. He is going to take a third base. Has a lot of minerals in the bank to do so. And reuniting with the rest of the army back at home, including an Acantor. And remember, that bulwark does provide static detection. Kraken is going to have a hard time breaking in. And now is when Ouya starts that embassy. The confidence on the man. Remember, Zealots will just reveal it. He feels confident enough to just stand on it. I don't know if this is quite the most accurate move. He will lose a lot of gateway units, but he does clear the fight. That's a lot of dead Ecclesiasts and a fair amount of dead Zealots. Keeps his Acantor alive. They only took a little bit of hull damage. And that is going to force the Zerg to make a lot more military. He's making Zorius that just hatched. 6 more Lakes. Can't really saturate the third base or even take the fourth. Third isn't done yet anyway, though. But still a slightly better situation for Krankendow's worker line. Mind Tyrant and Pariah coming out of those double prostration. The one Quaz, the dodgeball world champ right there, makes it through. Only to be swatted down unceremoniously later, I'm sure. And we're at 8 Lakes. 3 more back at home. Plenty more of that came from, though. I'm telling you, Crank definitely has more in the tank.
You must enter the Crank tank and survive.
Third base coming up here for Ouya, but definitely later than what Crank is doing. Baiting out the shots with Rilla Rocourse. That's one of the things that, like, Convalists just eviscerate Acantors in the later stages of the game, right? Because you just spawn the brood spawn on top of them. Oh, good job, Ouya, resetting your units there. We've got about 7 scribes heading down south to the 5 o'clock base. Ah, free Acantor. Oh, you might actually get some good connections here, though. That's a dead Acantor. Not so much crowd control here. The Pariah is out. This is a scary, almost like game-ending push here from Krankendow if you're not careful. Really relying a lot more heavily on the Lakes units. I love the gall of Ouya to just sit there on top of that with the Pariah. He didn't focus down the right targets. He's got to get some more efficiency from the Acantor. It's not to beat. And there we go. His last saving grace here is a Malefactor Positron. Steal as many units as you can in as few time. I think this is looking like a Crank dub. And that Mind Tyrant's not long for this world. Goodbye, my friend. I knew you well. The Bulwark is out. GG has to be called. Go re. And go. That's it. Friendly banter. 11 more Lakes, 10 more Zorius were in production. And that is a wrap. A disaster that some will not financially recover from. First game goes the way of Crank. All right, we got some more ZVP where that came from. Coming at you live here with another match. Frankendow with 1 in the tank. And we have 3 more matches between these two, so I'm definitely going to milk that for all it's worth. Let's go. Gamba back up, and we have Ouya in the top left as our dark green Protoss. Over here in the mid-right, Aquamarine Zerg once again is cranking down. Wank in the Tank is a player. Is Crank his cousin? No. Wank in the Tank is from... Oh, what's it called? I think he might be from Singapore? Or maybe it's Philippines like Jack. He's from one of those places. I know that's like very American of me to say. Yeah, one of those places. But it's either one or the other is what I meant to say. I don't think I got his country wrong twice. Anyway, Crank is coming out with the pool. He's brought in some more casual players from Lithuania to join us. So that's very cool. We now have a burgeoning Lithuanian community in Cosmonarchy. So I think that's pretty nice. Very cool to see. It'll be that pool Larvosk. Pool first into Larvosk build. Oh yeah, with the 3-gate. It's tried and true, bread and butter. I think this map is a little bit better for it. If you know where your opponent is, of course. You have to scout them. But that's what the Legionnaire is for. And Crankendow doesn't have the ability to build like a circuit on the high ground or anything as easily, right? This map is a bit harder for that. Stolen cockroaches, yeah, the thriller of course at the end. Crank tried really hard to make Hydra work in PvZ. He very reluctantly uses it. It's interesting. I feel like Hydra probably could work still as a stepping stone. But you probably do need like Lake is support. You just don't need as much Lake is support if you have a lot of Hydras. But probably, I don't know. Maybe it's down to unit control. Oh yeah, once again, not quite orb walking his unit there. There you go. Oh yeah! Almost got away from me too. But don't worry. The 3 Legionnaires that are on their way are going to be met head on by 6 Quas, and the 1 Zeth is going to be able to get into the base. These units are not on an attack move. Good time on the pullback. Doesn't even take any hull damage. Love to see it. Scribes will kill that. And it looks like the expansion is coming pretty soon here. The Legionnaires are recalled. There's the Zorka's Shroud on the 1 base. We'll see Crankendow take an expansion sometime soon. This feels a little bit faster than the last game, so I think there's already a little bit of an adaptation from Oya. He does notice that Ecclesiast is hugging the top strip of the map. Sometimes it can be hard to see those little stragglers. "14 quads are really hard for, Legionnaires to face. If he had like 6 Zealots, he could probably just walk in, especially with some Ecclesiast support. Still a little bit of a timer here. I love gathering around the circuit. I think, like, even though it's on the low ground, right, you're not missing shots anymore. Cosmonarchy does away with RNG, so you're not doing that. I mean, you have RNG on the spawns, but that's about it, right? Kind of lucky for... Oh, yeah, to discover his opponent first, but it didn't matter too much. All right, now he's going to try to come on in. Only Quas. Where is their focus fire right now? No, they are going to help deal with some of those Legionnaires. 2 Zealots left. Circuit can help out with that. You can see that they just kind of try to ignore the Quas. And good attempted micro back, but wow. Crankendow was targeting with the Circuit as well. That's really, really savvy. Reinforcements coming in look pretty scary for Oya, but here's the Lakers. And this is the point where I think the push has to be canceled. Ooh, the decollision as well catches a Zealot. Circuit 3 finishes as well, and oh man. Only 1 Zealot ends up going down in all of the melee, but... Reinforcements coming in. He's going to add the Bulwark and the Warden to the natural. Yeah, the Crank classic of going pool, and like, this is something Jack Yelansky borrowed as well at one point, but... Just going for that, like, 12 Shroud timing or whatever. Crank is fine to just sit here and eventually push you back with the Lakers. And there's the Ardent. Bit of an awkward position for it. It's going to block some ground unit exits if they're doing so in large quantities. I do like what I'm seeing with the concentrated Lake's defense. And I love that Krankadao has ordered another round of workers. And he's adding his Hydras then. We are going to see him try to pry his opponent off his position without as much of a focus on Lake as the last game. See how that changes things. Another Larvosk. We'll be at 5 larvae per 14 seconds in a moment. And Crank really should try to go up to a little bit more than that as well once he's got a good saturated extra base. Capping his ridge, I love. Sending more workers down to the lower position. You know, it wouldn't suck to cap your ridge here as well. To be fair, it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Seedant's been done for Oya for a little bit. He's warping in another one at the natural. Unitary Union on the way for Mr. Oya. All the way in the back. We didn't see that last game. He went for the frustration stage. Something about this reads differently to him. I think he wants maybe Architect or Yunar to try to deal with the Lakes, with the Witness helping out as well. Straight into Ski-backed. Does Crank think about going Skiff, maybe? I know that sounds weird, but okay, well, he's now making Hydras. I was like, where's his Hydras if he's going to go Ski-back? But obviously Ski-back takes some time, so no worries there. I feel like the armies are looking pretty interesting, but I don't know if Krankendao is going to have as easy a time as last time. His push-out doesn't seem to have any immediate timing. He's going to wait another minute or so. This is going to allow Oya to get into whatever he wants to get into from that unitary, which currently is not producing anything just yet. A little bit of a poke out with the Quaz. Adding some Bactyls. If there were a couple extra Zoryus, and then we do have some coming, I was going to say, if we had some Zoryus, I would feel pretty good about this composition for Crank, because the Armor Rend will help the Bactyls deal with a lot of the damage there that might end up coming through. Can't really breach the armor of the Zealot very easily, so you need some kind of Armor Rend. Now, the Positron drop is earmarked over here. We have a Circuit for absorbing some of that damage, but the Drollets are going to be in trouble. Tries to drill through them. They are all going to die because of the splash. Had 15 at the start of that, and is now down to 5. Maybe less than that as well. Won't even kill the Envoy on the way out. Pretty good punish. Krankado's been playing with almost no info. He's got no detection on his opponent, no Ovaleth Scout or anything. He had nothing watching the skies. And his anti-drop defense was a single Circuit, not even a Spraith or something to pressure the unit itself. So it does make sense that would be the hole in his defense. So already starting off better for Oya, who's adding, the Mind Tyrant Asciliant combo. That's what he wants now. Forget about Unars. The Witness is here for detection. It's going to see the size of the army is pretty spooky. This is a committed 2-base aggressive move. Krankadao is having to deal with that Witness still. No easy tags in. Oh, I love the repurposing of the Acantor to grab that, repurposing of the Envoy to grab the Acantor. That's pretty smart. Keep your army mobile. Not enough players really doing that these days. We still have double Witness inside the main base, so pretty good position. And I think they've thinned the herd quite a bit. The army not nearly as vast as it was for Krankadao, and Oya feels like he's in command of this situation, doesn't he? He's got a tyrannized or malefactored Archon, Acantor. And so that feels like it's a scary prospect to try to fight uphill, although the Asciliant would probably be a little bit more potent. Third base coming up. Oya's not ready to do the curb stomp just yet, so Krankadao is going to have an opportunity to take this mineral-only base and take a gas base after it. Hasn't swept the Witnesses out of the picture. Oya once again making a push. Oh, double expand. For both players, or at least that's the intent. There's Crank second. Trying to set up to deal with this incoming attack. No more drops coming. but still good awareness from Oya to have those witnesses in the main base for free, essentially. Now, where those Lake is, that's what's going to help deal with those Zealots, but especially when those Zoryus start to turn. The Lakers are going to be way, way better at clearing the front line here. Oya is in some danger right now, and I don't know if he realizes it. There's no more armor rents, so the bounces aren't going to be doing as much damage, but suddenly, a big collapse, courtesy of those Lakers coming in. The Bactals are there to just keep the engagement going. Looks like the Mine Tyrant's no longer linked. The units have all died. No good focus fire just yet onto that Mine Tyrant in the back, but it's not energizing this Protoss army. Still, with that steady detection, all those Lakers get popped. The Acantor's dealing splash, the Assylian's spreading that bounce damage. Very, very good. Crankadao is forced back. He did do a pretty big amount of workers, and now he's adding more Hydras to the list. Worker transfer down to the mineral only. Or I guess not. They're going to go all the way over here. Very cute. Static defense in the upper left. That's a really safe base to take, positionally. And Zerg isn't growing across the whole map, so... Double expand seems like just the right amount of greedy. Yeah, you might be right about that. Mr. Fat Dingus here with the sharp insight. Oh, you're thinking about maybe taking the 1 o'clock. Still has great vision of his opponent's base. Maybe could be a little bit better on the determining where the extra bases are. Capping the ridge inside the 3rd. The mineral only is where Crankadao has not sent any workers to. And now we've got an Ancestral coming. And when you get Uptectons out versus Zerg, it's not necessarily a slam dunk victory, but it does show that you have some potency. We're about 2 minutes out from that happening. Pariah is the new Malefactor. Mine Tyrant decrees it so. Envoy hunting around. It doesn't actually have anything in its cargo hold, but it will be a scout. Keeping Crankadao on notice. Might force some more static defense to be mutated. This Kagrim was there for a while, so that doesn't really count, but... More Hydra Zoryus. We're still some minutes off from Crankadao actually having Tier 2 finish. He hasn't even started it yet. And he is going to be going up against some Tier 4 Protoss soon. He does have to think about his transition point. Protathalors have been something that Zeki's been using a lot. Trying to snipe Mine Tyrants, trying to deal with Pariahs. Any sort of target that needs that heavy focus fire. Good patrol on the Quaz. That'll deal with the Envoy if it comes back in right about now. Oh, he has just been cycling through it. Confirms nothing at 1 o'clock, though, so there is that. I love the little dance around. What does he do? What's going on here? He just wanted to try to kill it, but Oya's able to get it away. That was silly. Exposes where the army is coming from. It is going to be that eastern flank. And kind of haphazardly walks in. Again, there's no Ovoleths or anything to detect for Crank, so he doesn't have a good way to see up the cliff until he walks right into the army. Maybe if he had some Zeths to scatter through. Oh, he just had enough for Tier 2, but he ordered some more Zoryus. Is he going to actually go for Tier 2 anytime soon? Maybe this Droleth was supposed to be it. There it is. Iral Iris has begun. But the Ancestral Archives is done, and it's making Archons. We got a Crucible coming. We've got the second Ancestral coming. This is looking like a pretty teched out Protoss army. The Pariah is drained of its overshield. Still slowly turning some of those units forward. The Assylians bouncing impeccably. There goes the Mine Tyrant. A good snipe. Means that there's no more mind control. Cycling back over his Lachesis is a big deal. Speed boosts from some units somewhere. Servitors, most likely. Give the Pariahs closing distance right on top of the Hydra back stack. And it feels like there was just not enough damage to go around there. Falling back to where he... The little blade above his mineral only, where he can try to hold out against a presumed counterattack. But the Archon is out. And that thing dies and casts Psystorm. Crucible is empowering the units over here. With a little bit of detection, it actually scouts out the witness. Crazy what an Ovoleth or something could do, but obviously Crank is... He's just coming back into the swing of things, you know what I mean? A very steady amount of splash damage has been coming out of what Oya has between the Asiliants, the Acantors, the Pariahs themselves have been doing a lot of work. Scary amount of Zerg, but is it that scary compared to what Oya has? You can see him trying to go for some kind of flanking maneuver. We've got an okay saturation here. I guess it's actually quite poor compared to what I thought it would be. And only now are we seeing that 5th base taken, but Oya's already got his fully entrenched, and now he's transferring workers. Envoy has nothing in it, will finally fall. In doing so, scouting the 5 o'clock base. The Lakers burrow preemptively, expecting some kind of trouble. Not quite in position to punish that choke. Instead, the Archons are going to be taking a lot of fire. Oh, that's a lot of Zorius going down for free. Good pullback, though. A Patriarch is making its way onto the battlefield. Kind of decolliding his army. You can see he wants to take advantage of this choke point and the cliff advantage that he can get if he puts his Lakers in the right spot.
Hero!
Feels like right about now, Oya has... He can't really dive into this position with all the Lakers, right? But, oh no, some units have taken an avant-garde route onto the enemy, onto the front line. Oh, he's going to try to dive forward. Remember the Archons, they'll release Psystorm when they die. It does do a little bit of stacking damage as well. One more Archon left to go. There's another one in the middle line there. Can Krankendow hold on deep enough? His tier 2 units are only now coming up. And Oya is trying the bust with mostly tier 3. His Asilians still at large in the back line. They've been doing so much damage right now. And the Vilgorikor is only now coming up. Feels like it's a little bit too little, too late. He has a couple Lakers left over, maybe. Well, they're not even really burrowing on time. The Witness is here to provide. Oh, just barely keeping that one Lakers alive, courtesy of the Carapace Swarm. And he will overwhelm the Asilians. But we've got more units where that came from. So what else does Krankendow have in stock? Not a single extra Lakers. The last one pops to the Psystorm. And I think this next round is all that Oya needed to finish the job. He's got more units coming, but the Zerg can remax a lot faster. There's a chance that if Krankendow gives up this position and comes back into it later, he can do something. But the Carapace Swarms are shielding the Zealots from the Hydras. It's not helping him right now. His composition does not synergize, and GG has to be called. Oya punches above his weight there. And I'm not saying he weighs a lot. I have never seen the guy in person, but I was expecting him to be the top dog. So for him to take down Crank in that game, very nice. It does feel like it's a pretty good map PvZ, though, to be fair. That one's a little bit harder. Maybe that spawn configuration. I think if you're to the left of your opponent, helps you out a little bit. Best game. Well, you say that. We've got a couple more games here. So let's find out together who's coming out on top as we get a little bit further into this series. Gamba back up. Here we go, boys. Cranking down the bottom left of Mass Destruction for our third game between these two players. Our Maroon Zerg. Oya in the bottom right. Our Cyan Protoss. Feels like the way that last fight happened in that Knife's Edge match, whew, like, it was kind of down to the wire. If Krankendow had held for like an extra minute or so, or maybe he had gotten his tier 2 up like an extra minute earlier, I really do think he could have done a lot of damage there. He could have done a lot. People sounding off with Ahmed. Classic move. Spending their minerals that they're earning through the Gamba. 50-50 right now on the Gamba, by the way. About another minute to bet. As we do have what will probably be a 3-gate opener from Oya. And what seems to be the same thing from Crank as the last few games. Pool into Larvosk. He's just about got his Vespene for it. He's going to keep on Vespene mining afterwards as well, which is interesting. Clearly he wants some kind of something. Most likely a second Larvosk, to be fair. Why is Oya so good? I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, true, Arbus. True. Jujik asks if I got a chance to watch the test set on Tsunami. I have not gotten a chance to. Not yet. Will I have a chance today? Well, we're already 3 hours into casting, and I've got one more game after this, so I don't think I'll be able to watch it today on stream. Cast it today. Maybe I'll speed through it just for the sake of, like... I don't know, we could always ask... Oh, this is a Zealot instead of a Legionnaire first. That's pretty neat. Fortuitously strikes the first target as well. We could ask Dog and Ayud what they think of the map. I know other people have played on it more recently, too. Might be worth taking a look. Zethakor will move to the bottom right and see what it can scout. The scribe was recalled as the location of their opponent was ascertained. Oya will probably go for his expand pretty soon. Oh. A little bit of harassment. Nothing crazy. Arbuz was in the chat here of the game, so we know. Oh, look at that. The Avaleth is coming out. Arbuz with the forecast. All right. I guess we'll find out. Next is coming up for Oya as he tries to make a stab in. See what he can do. Oh, Zealot Ecclesias working out versus Zeth Quaz. Trying to dive onto those Ecclesias in the back, but they are being managed. Ooh. Dicey. Yeah, pretty dicey right about now. We got more Zealot Ecclesias where that came from. The Circuit will help out quite a bit. He's really trying to use the Quaz to kind of muscle past the Zealots and get those Ecclesiasts, but turns out he doesn't need it, as the last of the Zeths fall, so too do most of the Zealots, and now the Quaz have free access to those shooty boys. Well, maybe free access is the wrong word, because he has to cycle back. Shroud coming. Just mass Zealot production right about now. You can see how much stronger it is compared to the Legionnaire, right? I love Oya just riding that line. He's really getting in your face with the Zealot Ecclesiast. He knows that his units can feel immortal in the right hand. Yeah, Tsunami is set at nighttime. It's epic. Hopefully it didn't affect visibility too much. Natural, it's kind of a wide opening, but that's just the nature of maps. Do you think it's too bad for defensibility or anything like that? That would be good to know. Lakers are starting to come out. The offset of this production tab is so funny to me. Oya always makes so many units and so many structures. Crankin does out here with like, yeah, I got one Lakers and I made a den. All right, Hatch coming for that expand. It's actually faster than I thought it would be, given the map state. But hey, at least he got it before the Ardent finished. He started it before the Ardent finished. One thing I haven't seen Crank do is make Ulgord yet. Well, it's a bit of a, like, soft containment here from Oya. We saw this on Near Impact as well, and he just tried to tech around it. Although I will say his embassy has been getting progressively faster in these games, recognizing the power of the Lakers. Oh, if you're talking about the idle animation, I added that. So. He's just sort of like, sometimes he'll do like a little bit of a sparring session, just kind of looking around, seeing what he can see. Scanning his surroundings. Always alert. Ever vigilant. Envoy on the way to load these positrons. We do have a fastest map made by Smarty, so we do have a couple stuff like that. Bunch of cute stuff in our UMS folder, that's for sure. All right, Oya wants to take 3 o'clock as his expand as his drop is coming out. Definitely been keeping the soft contain up. He might try to like pressure and then fall back, giving Crank room to move his army further away. The problem is right now he can't pressure the front with those Lakes still there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If the whole rest of the ground army moves down. Now, Krankendow's reaction time has been slow here. He burrows instead. Well, I guess not so many workers went down. A lot of those... one more. Two more. Three more. All right, never mind. That was a lot of workers. The Envoy escapes the scene of the crime. And yeah, like the ground army could have maybe tried to pressure in here if every single unit was pulled, which it looks like actually every single unit was. Didn't want to risk it without any witness. You can stand on the burrowed units to reveal them. And the witness is all the way back here, though. I love the Ovaleth waiting here as well. Only now as he showed away. Showed the door. Ovaleth will observe what is happening. Interesting. A witness seems to have been dispatched. Oh, that's the Envoy with 2 more positrons, actually. Oh, dear. And Krankendow has no defenses over here. I guess some Hydras are hatching in a good time. What's his reaction time? Let's see. He sees it. Oh, yeah, doesn't see it in time. Army comes out. The burrow again. I don't know about the burrow. It looks like he wants to save the posies. That was a pretty good defense then. Ground army at the front gates are still not moving. That third base is developing quite nicely, though. Unitary positron. Okay, we're gonna see the frustration stage and the unitary mean that it's once again Malefactor Asciliant time. Oh, you didn't actually do that last time. It was like Malefactor a Cantor in a game where we thought it would be MT Asciliant, but no, Mind Tyrants are coming. Double prostration. Mind Tyrant Pariah is coming. Oop. Posies, get out! One of them can hold those Quas at bay while the other one tries to go after the workers. That was a pretty good burrow reaction. There was a Circuit. Oh, yeah, it's all the way up there. Did he kill his own Droleth by mistake? I think he might have. As long as he remembers to unburrow. There you go. All in all, pretty good deflection, but remember the Protoss is growing beyond the domain of the Zerg. His army is a bit weak. His army doesn't have that much tech, right? He kind of gave up tech timing for an early expansion, so he has more gateway chaff, but that doesn't trade into this army very well. Yeah, this is going to be a very hard time for Oya to actually cycle away. You can see he's trying to like pull away from the middle of the map and see if he can maybe snipe a few Lakes on the way out. Hey, look, some workers have come along for the ride. Sends them back to mining. He needs to take more bases, but this map can be somewhat challenging for that. More static defense erecting. Go team murder bugs. Hell yeah, Tyler, welcome. Lake is stepping forward. Okay, so when does he realize third is up and then the Bactyls go up there? That's my question. He's actually going to try to attack the front. Remember, we have been seeing that tech come. No, he wants to go for the attack, and Oya's letting him. Oh, this is preferable to losing your third base, but your army is going down, man. When Oya turns to oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's where all of the tech was. Oh, God. Well, WTF, says Oya. All my Asilians got stuck. As Pariah is still stuck too, I bet. Annoying, Colin D. It's true. GG is how All right. I see now why that game was submitted. That game was submitted because Mass Destruction needs an update to fix that, I guess. That's what I think. That's what I think. I don't know how well that would have changed anything, but it feels like 3 Asilians and a Pariah could have helped things, you know what I mean? Could have helped things. All right, we've got one more game. Let's see if Oya can tie us up or if Krankendao will take the majority of the set. Some interesting ideas to play around with here in PvZ, nonetheless. We go back to Near Impact, where it all began. Krankendao in the top left is our tea green Zerg. And Oya in the bottom right is our dark green Zerg. Wait, Protoss. 2 years ago, 50 mineral Zeth with worse stats was good versus Gateway. Shit, man. Arbuz just took me back. You guys talking about Helldivers? I can't stomach the game considering it's anti-cheat, but the experience while it lasted was pretty cool. It was pretty fun. I feel like if I was able to make a game in the far future, I guess, 10 years from now or something, where it was like a co-op shooter set in the, like, whatever the Cosmonarchy verse turns into, right? Like, just think of the kind of designs that you could do if you had, like, it's very much like, it feels very Zerg and Protoss-y with the way, I guess it's like Zerg and Terminators, really, but I think they added, like, a Protoss-y faction recently or something. I can't remember, I wasn't playing at that point, but I don't know, man. That's pretty cool to imagine, like, everything's all well and good, and then the Protoss deploy the Optecton, and you have to beat it as a shooty unit. Yeah, the Illuminate. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Adam? You hate the anti-cheat, but you can't even remove Microsoft Edge without hacking your computer. There's some tools that'll do it automatically for you, like Shut Up 10 if you're on Windows 10. Sounds like PTSD simulator. Well, for Terran players, it would be. Well, that's kind of the thing, though, is I want to play as, like, a secret agent. Like, you can play as the Helldiver, right? But I also want to be able to play as, like, a Giga Terminator player character for the Terminator squad, and the Zerg, the not Zerg. I want to play as, like, a super aberrant evolved evolution for them, too, and stuff. You know what I mean? So this is the kind of stuff I'm into. If you're talking about a game that I can make that's Helldivers-esque, I'd be making sure you guys can do player, maybe some PvP in there, but definitely be able to play as any faction you want. You know what I mean? So that's my thing. Raz BW just followed. Thank you, Raz. Hope you're doing well, sir. Legendary name in North American sort of cycles here. The foreign scene. Very cool. Very cool. True, Quickscops. That's not incorrect. 20-1 odds. Somebody bet 95%. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it wasn't just one person. 2 people bet for Oya. Only one Krankendao believer. Came to me in a dream. Shambler's going to be posting that Tears in the Rain image from Blade Runner. That's what he posts when, like, a replay breaks or something. Or when nobody joins for an FFA or whatever. He posts that image. He's going to be posting that if Oya drops. Oya's back, and he plays only Cosmonarchy now, I feel like. I mean, maybe he's been playing Starcraft 1 when I haven't seen him, but maybe when he gets his stream back up, we'll see what's up. Avalov coming in to scout. Krankendao is going to be seeing the 3 gate. We should be seeing an Ardent pretty soon out of that natural. Shroud about halfway complete. See the circuit at the ridge, at the cliff there. How do you check the odds? I actually don't know how you see it as a viewer. So I'll say good luck. But I have it pulled up. It's 5% Crank, 95% Oya, according to the voters, according to the Gamba. 3 Lake is on the way. Shambler's got the Gamba advice. So trying to break the ramp is very unlikely here for Oya. But he's been showing this sort of pattern where he soft contains the Zerg player with his 3-gate opener. Then he goes for Nexus. He cuts military units, goes for the Nexus. His Ardent Authority is about halfway complete. He usually uses that for the Positron drop. But I don't think he can do that as well. And what Mass Destruction kind of showed this the last game. It kind of showed you can't really do this as well if your opponent is still on the one base. Like now Crank's actually taking his expand. Maybe his army will be spread a little bit more. And we might be able to see that Positron drop. But the lake is on the cliff. So these guys do get the +1 weapon range as well. So you got to factor that into your attack. Because these two on the ramp will actually be shooting further away. He's trying to pressure the hatch a little bit. This forces Crank to step a little bit closer. The Zets and the Quad still playing bodyguard. The Zealots cannot get on top of those Lakes to reveal them. When you stand on top of burrowed units, you reveal them. If you're trying to, in a pinch, deal with some kind of threat. A bit of a risky proposition to do that. On top of a Lake that was going to stab you with its spikes, but that's all right. It's pretty good spines there. And once again, Crank now going for the Hydrothen as the follow-up. Capping the ridge, immediately getting it up to snuff. When you cap the ridge, you get extra Vespene per return. I'd show you an uncapped ridge, but I don't think any exist within vision range for me to click on. But they give you 3 per return. It's 5 once you cap them. So it's like getting another geyser in your base. But you cannot harvest from them while they are being capped. There's the embassy. Second Positron's about to finish. That'll be for the drop. Unitary directly into prostration. So we are going to see... I'm guessing what we're going to see here is the... like, what did we see last game? It was Pariahs, it was Mind Tyrants, it was Asilians. It's probably just going to be the same sort of thing. But, you know, Krankendow scouts with the Avi. He sees what's up. Hydra's turning into a ski backed. Love to see it. Love to see it. We are going to get those Bactals out soon. And there's the Asilians. Okay. Double prostration. 1 for Pariah, 1 for Mind Tyrant, the new Dark Archon. People talk about why I renamed units. That one needed a rename. It does so completely different things now. Don't have feedback anymore. Your Maelstrom is like a skill shot projectile that takes corpses and turns them into attack speed for your units. And also will still slow you. Well, it stuns before, but it slows instead of a stun. And Mind Control is completely different. I'll explain that a little bit later because the Positron drop is rearing its head. But we already have that very quick adaptation from Krankendow to put a Spraith and a Circuith, or a Spore and a Sunken, if you're yet to be cultured, in the mineral line of each base. So something you can do a little bit more liberally in Cosmonarchy because obviously you've got access to more larvae. Larvosk Cesians give you that larva. You don't need to spend 300 minerals for it. Still should be seeing some more macro hatches, I think, but maybe not right this moment. All right, so the Positron drop doesn't end up getting anything. And now with the Bactals plus the Lake we're going to see the spines and the bounces and all that push them away. Third base down here at the 1 o'clock, or 5 o'clock position, rather.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
Thank you, Jafito861, for the follow. All right, I think we're getting close to that point where Krankendow's going to force Oya to retreat. He does not want to let his units fall prey to this positioning. All right, and the Mind Tyrant hasn't selected a mark yet, but basically, the Mind Tyrant picks a target, say the Sicilian, for example, as its malefactor. It's sort of a champion of evil. I thought about calling it champion, but these guys are profane guys. In lore, the Protoss of Cosmonarchy think that all this stuff is quite profane. So, but the malefactor gets an overshield equal to the Tyrant's energy. They get more movement speed. And any unit they damage will become mind-controlled on death after a short delay. And so you generally want to pick a target that deals splash damage. The Pariah deals melee splash damage. Now it's going to move faster and have about 200 extra health once the energy regen kicks in there. Ooh, that Envoy has nothing in it, but it does end up getting sniped. It does reveal where the army is. Krankendow opting for a more mobile engagement. He doesn't have a great option to snipe the Mind Tyrant. It's a much juicier target, much softer, squishier target than the Pariah is. A second one. What's it targeting? Okay, the Asiliate, which deals some bounce damage. So that's what we're going to see out of that. Pretty good position here for the Lakers. The Bactyls kind of just kind of spike out with their projectiles. If you're right on top of them, they don't bounce, though. They have to be shooting from a range to get their bounces off. Oh, there goes one Mind Tyrant. The second one pounced on immediately. Movement speed, courtesy of the Zorius. We saw it for only a fleeting second there. That let a rare positional mistake from Oya immediately get punished. Krankendow on the ball. Now he burrows his Lakers. We don't need to worry too much about detection because the splash damage from the Pariahs will still come in. And look at that. He doesn't need the mind control to win the fights. The focus fire wasn't quite there from the Hydras, so only one Pariah goes down. He does end up crushing a lot of the chaff, but that's a lot of dead Zerg. That was a very expensive loss. Back at home, we still have Lakers and Zorius. We should still be able to have our Zerg player hold out from the push, as long as the next max out of the larva end up turning into... I guess he's going to emphasize more on the Lakers, the Lurker equivalent. I would love to see more Hydras, though. I feel like you need that focus fire to deal with stuff like Pariahs. You can't be doing this with just ambient damage, so to speak. And steady as she goes. Oh, yeah. Macroing up, getting his 4th base, getting his 5th base at the same time, or setting up for it. Now, his army is catchable here. And this is a position of power for Krankendow. He burrows on this high ground. He gets that +1 weapon range. We removed all the RNG related to, units missing when they're shooting up a cliff, or units having a 1 in 256 chance to miss in general. Cover from, being under a doodad is no longer a miss chance either. Now you get that cliff advantage when you're sitting right here on the high ground shooting down. And the unit on the low ground is not disadvantaged at all, besides the fact that +1 weapon range happens to be a very big advantage. We still have detection here, courtesy of that Witness. No way to snipe it for Krankendow. He doesn't have an Ovaleth for his own detection. Mind Tyrant escapes containment once again, and I suppose we'll see another attempt at it. Those are expensive specialists. But the 5th Nexus is on the way. The 4th one is completing. So we are going to see some workers transfer over. And once again, what do we see? The Ancestral Archives. For some reason, the Ovaleth is here also. He's waiting for that Ancestral to finish. It's so tall, it's perfect. The Ovaleth can rest itself right on top. Just kind of hang out for a bit. It's like when you're in the jacuzzi and the jet's getting your muscles real good. That's the Protoss shield vibration against the Ovaleth's backside. He's like, yeah. That's scratching the itch right there. He's just waiting for it. 4th base coming for Crank over at the 11 o'clock. He's already got pretty well-developed economy down here. No tier 2 for him just yet. And the Protoss is knocking on the door of their tier 4. They tech up a lot faster than the other races as a general rule. And they do benefit a lot more from having a rich composition from tier 1 to tier 4. There's still a lot of Lakers over here, man. Krankendow loves his Lakers. He's got 21 of the damn things. But if, the rest of the chaff falls, which it should do in short order, his Lakers are going to be out to pasture. I guess I'll second that notion once Oya builds some more artillery that can actually outrange them, because right about now he's got a lot of mid-range fighters. And, of course, the melee rangers. The Cantor, our Reaver equivalent, going to try its best to help out. The poor Sycophant never stood a chance. Dives backwards. Oh, actually, he's staying alive a lot longer than I thought he would. Props to him. But that splash damage and bounce damage is going to deal with this front line very quickly. Oh, yeah, won't have to worry about it for too much longer. Trying to macro up behind this. There's a lot more units coming out here for Oya. But Krankendow's just making the Zorius and the Lakers. That's all he needs right now, he thinks. No tier 2 incoming. No Vespene for it. He needs 900 gas to tech up. He has backed Oya into a compromising position. Will that 3 o'clock be where he goes? Instead, he just kind of leapfrogs forward with the Lakers a bit more. He doesn't have that speed boost from the Zorius anymore. So he can't just kind of pull up on the army. And that's what I meant about that shaft going down, is if you just leave it to the Lakers themselves to try to step forward, this is not a good fight for them. And it feels like they kind of have to burrow now, but some Hydras are coming out to try to buy some time. Maybe they'll go for a bit of a splinter attack. Krankendust seems to want to stubbornly fight this army when that's not necessarily the best course of action. But the Hydras come out. Remember that Tyranny? Oh, both of the Mind Tyrants pop on that side. Only one of them is even linked right now. It's this Pariah that we have selected as a Malefactor. Everybody else is just bog standard normal. And there's Iris on the way. Tier 2. About a minute out, maybe 2 from Krankendow actuating. Still on 5 base for the Protoss. Not great saturation just yet at the 5th base, but pretty soon he's going to fully saturate that 4th. Ancestral. Wow. Triple Ancestral, and he's spamming out Archons. The Crucible's going to increase the training rate by 50%. When Archons die in Cosmonarchy, they release a Psionic Storm. Very good. Very epic. There's a lot of Lake Isman. There's a lot of Lake. Drolet's moving up towards the 11 o'clock to saturate that. So we are on that 4-base grind for our Zerg. He's trying to take the, we'll call it 1 o'clock, which does have a double gas. There's the double geyser on this base. Now that the Iris is done, he might need to saturate that sooner rather than he thinks. Witness on the other side of the map. Did that Ovaleth ever die? It seems to be gone by now. Oh yeah, it flew over here and died. Still, that's a scary sight when you see triple Ancestral, dude. You know your opponent must be swimming in the cash. Ultra Core's on the way for Crank. He has upgraded his Shroud. Making them a Travel, he wants the Vilgoricore. It releases a mini Carapace Swarm, a mini Dark Swarm on the ground when it takes damage. Very useful to get melee units more into the fight. And if you're like moving into a position where there's a lot of artillery, they kind of release the clouds, sometimes in opportune positions for your mid-range units to get into the fight. You don't see too many of those right now. And of course, Yabarro Lake is underneath Dark Swarm. Everybody knows how powerful that is. All right, instant saturation over here of this 5th base of our Zerg player. A 6th on the way at the bottom left. We don't have that development just yet for Oya, but he is thinking about that 6th base right here. Trying to cycle his army a little bit further forward. The circuits are here. They're not upgraded. You can upgrade them a second time. Let's see what he can do. Now the Mind Tyrant is once again just kind of lazily walking in. The Ultra Cores can't quite get into a position to help, but the Lakers and the Hydras are trying to range things down as best they can. Oh man, disengagement from the other side though. A huge surround, or at least a war on 2 fronts. The Pariah's cleaving through as much as they can. The Ultra Cores have lifesteal, so they will be doing a lot more the longer this game goes on. But on the right-hand side, everything falls the way of the Protoss. They've stolen some of the Lakers as well. That one Mind Tyrant ended up being very impactful indeed. And just barely not able to best that Pariah on the ramp. Oh, he has stolen a couple of Zerg units. We saw him build an entire Zerg army once with that mechanic. And there's that Carapace Swarm we were talking about. It does have a bit of a delay on it. All right, the Nexus is on the way for the 6th base. The hatch has come up, but I don't know how you're ever going to get workers there. We just saw a big shellacking of the Zerg army. But remember how fast they can remax with all the larvae they have. There's no supply limit either, so remax is kind of a funny word, but, you know, remake of the army. He's got a lot of Vilgoricores. They tank a lot. They have the Carapace Swarm. They don't do that much damage. I've seen Zergs fall into this trap before. Ultra Cores are also okay damage, but they're mostly about that tanking. Where is the damage dealing? Some Lakers are hatching right in the right position. Uh-oh. That one burrowed inside the structure, got kicked out as a result. Drolet's getting sniped away. We got this other flank here. A big concentration of power. I don't know that that's going to work out here for our Protoss player because he can't quite get up the ramp. But he's doing phenomenally. And the first Archon might end up getting popped here. There's the Psystorm we were talking about. This eastern flank still way too much for Krankendow to deal with. Where are his reinforcements? Big stack of them up to that side, but he just doesn't have it in him. And as tier 4 units were coming out the wazoo there in the production tab, GG has to be called. And Oya will tie us up 2-2. All right, all right. You know, I guess that's why 95% of y'all voted for Oya. Bet on Oya. You knew he had it in him. I wasn't predicting that outcome. I'm going to be honest with you. Crankendow looked like he had control of the game, but shout out to him. He figured it out, you know? Can't be honorable if you're dead. Classic. All right, guys. That just about does it for our casting today. We did about 3.5 hours. Very good stuff. I will be doing some development. I'm going to finish up a map that I've been working on for the show match tomorrow. And I'm going to evaluate a couple of other maps here and there, see what other maps I might want in the show match. Besides that, I might do some more audiovisual work and sync an update to pre-release that has a new artisan model coming, courtesy of Delta Cadamus. Some fixes and improvements to the architect model as well. And then I want to say, I think that's it for visuals. For audio, I've got some training sounds, some ambient sound effects for the Stockade, Fulcrum, and Starpad that I want to test out. So we will be going to a short break, and when I come back, we'll be doing some very exciting things indeed. As a reminder, our donor goal is actually $50 more than it currently says. I'll fix that when I get back as well. We're looking for more people to pledge support to our donation goal. Neblime sent in $50, so that puts us at 116. So very cool. That means that we only need, let's do some quick broadcast maths here. 116, you add 4, and then, yeah, $54. So if anyone who wants to get us a little bit closer to that goal is much appreciated. You can donate via the Streamlabs link or the coffee link that just got pasted in the chat. And it is appreciated because it means that we get more pros interested. After this show match tomorrow, next week we got Boneth versus DeWalt PvP Bonanza. 9-game series. We'll be raising money for that next week as well. See you guys soon. All right, we are back and ready to get rocking and rolling. See what we can make happen here as we spend a little bit more time on some mapping. So this is a port of a map called Tokamak, and I'm calling it Magnetron. This is Trigger's favorite map in the ladder map pool right now. We also have a port of Everdream that Jujic just wrapped up, and Tsunami is the port of Oceanborn that we have coming for, that's already in testing grounds. I'm going to take a look at Tsunami real quick and show you guys what's up. So apparently, this choke point is according to what Dog was saying, it's a little bit rough on the, like, it's a little bit too open or something like that, or it could be. Not necessarily like a thing that has to be changed. I'm going to bump up the mineral counts, though. And this is also by Jujic. Jujic did this. Big shout out to him. If Jujic is still in the chat, let it be known. Oh yeah, I didn't read much of chat during that last game. Yes, you can still recall the capital ship mid-glassing, in case nobody said that. That is something you can do. Very epic. Sunspawn sells OP, yeah. Feel like you're missing out on community shenanigans? Hell yeah, bro. Alrighty. Glad people are enjoying the content. Always. Oh, and Nebulheim just confirmed he'll be around to cast the show match with me, at least some of it, so that's very exciting. Alrighty. Oh, he's actually looking at some games right about now, or he's playing some games with Shambler, I think. That's pretty sad. I mean, it's like 1 a.m. or something, and he's like, "Yeah, I need my post-midnight gaming." I wonder if that mine does shenanigans. Okay, so let's see here. Nexus. It's like 3 gateways long. That is pretty long, isn't it? I guess you're supposed to try to... No, you probably can't do that either. I do like the idea of this being a path, because it goes right out of the main gate, right? The main ramp. And so if you're in this kind of situation... I really like the idea that this is a possibility for you, because you can then waypoint your ground units out really smoothly. So I think that's good. And, like, this position here is good for attacking in. So I wonder if, like, putting a wall assist here wouldn't just fix the problem temporarily. I don't know what that wall assist would look like exactly, but I know Monuments of Sin were being placed in the middle here, right? Those are the destructible rocks. Oh, it's a bold move to make it so that the these ramps are actually here. I remember looking at that with Jujic earlier. Okay. Fully sealing a pathway is so dangerous in StarCraft 1, I feel like. But I guess this one probably isn't too bad. You right-click here and they'll either go this way or that way. Anyway, yeah. What do you think, Jujic? Should we just go ahead and put a blocker here? Maybe a 1 gateway width or something, but slightly offset so that it's... I was thinking something like this. Is this 3 gateways? Oh. It looks like it's supposed to be here. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, we could even, like, gateways don't have a lot of... Like, we could set their HP, right? We could do, like, really... We can make it a fairly brittle structure, is what I'm saying. Oops. Yeah, I guess we could. The one downside to mineral blockers is you can't build over them. So if you ever wanted to build something after blowing it up, that wouldn't be a possibility. Yeah, let's see how that plays out, I guess. Oops, I did not do the map. All right, and the other one is Oneros. Is this like a dream god? This is the port of Everdream. The cute little spiral of a pathway. Very verdant map. I love the little pockets of swamp water as well. That's very nice. Cool. All right, for my map, my offering here, Magnetron. This is one of those cases where I wish I could pawn it off to someone for the decor pass, but I probably can't. Although I don't have that much longer to stream. I do need to get going in about 45 minutes, so I will be doing my work here, and then we'll be kind of panning down the rest of our list to try to get that pre-release update with the audio visuals sorted through. I swear I have some basilica lying around some. I'll fix that in a bit. So the original name, Tokamak, it represents some kind of powering ability. Like, it's basically, a machine which uses powerful magnetic field generated by external magnets to confine plasma in the shape of an axially symmetrical torus. So anyway, it's a pretty like a marvel of engineering, basically. What you can think of it as. And so I'm thinking that maybe this map is called Magnetron, but I was thinking that maybe we could have something pretty neat going on. If we go for... let's see. We have a little bit of like ancient technology vibe going on in the center of the map. It might explain what this marvel of engineering is really all about. It's fun to throw map lore in there every now and then, you know? Let's take... So we've pieced this together. Just leaving a bit more room for unit movement through there. And over here. Okay. That's about even on the symmetry. And then I was kind of thinking about having this whole central piece be... glory be to science. I was having this thought. We could have this central mud area be replaced with more... like some kind of ramp complex. Do I have this in the... Scrolled past some. Let's see. I only added the second layer of the dirt. Well, there you go. We got some Magnetron love in the chat. Can't believe it. You were talking about, Fat Dingus was talking about the... What do you call it? Droppable spots. I feel like, I don't really know. I couldn't really tell you why that's not more popular or what have you, but I dig it. If it's just there to deny a base, it's a little bit less interesting, but if it's a bit more involved than that, I think it can be pretty neat. Yeah, I guess that's also another thing that you can solve in the tech tree angle by giving like all races better access to transports or something, right? Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's like already pre-stocked by the AI, of course, but I was never a fan of how like the AI just starts out with everything in a lot of the missions, as far as like the macro missions in particular. The micro missions are kind of whatever, but the I always felt like, oh, you know, it would be more interesting if the AI tried to like play and like grab your stuff, like grab terrain on the map or whatever. But one thing that I do think is kind of underrated about how the, like you guys were talking about the siege tank nests on that map, and one thing that I think is a bit underrated about that angle is you get into a situation where it makes a lot of sense what the like the architecture of the map has a visual like storytelling element and a gameplay storytelling element that feels ignored a lot of the time. And that's one of those cases where it's like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they would have control over this area, you know? Like, of course they would. It's theirs kind of vibe. Keep looking here. Oh, maybe that. Had to find the magic tile. A lot of the times, if you have no room for like defenses in a map or whatever, it does lead into you wondering like, what? Why the hell are we fighting over this in the first place? This isn't very defensible. This is a horrible place to set up a base. Shit like that. I think it was one of those three, so I'll just leave those off to the side for now. Oh. Yeah, that seems about right. These ramps are a bit goofy because you have to make sure that the ones on the bottom side are always bigger than the ones on the top side, just based on the way that the like aspect ratio of everything is. That's probably as natural as it's going to look, even though it technically ends suddenly. Yeah, I think it's natural that way. Well, it's not exactly seamless, but I think I'll take it. All right, so I think we've made ourselves a little cool little ramp complex. This whole thing is pathable, and it also gives you cliff advantage. We were going to check its symmetry. Oh, it's actually pretty close, so I guess I don't need to move it. Do Egyptian. Yeah, the whole thing is flat, so you can walk on it. Like if we were to try to place a unit, Oops, that did not work. Like, the terrain that you can't walk on is like darkened and a red X, so anything like this you can. And then if we were to preview the height, you can see that the it's mostly medium ground, like as soon as you step on it. So as soon as you step on this tile, you have the cliff advantage. And so that's like an easy way to read that, basically. So make a location. All right. And I think that just about, that makes it playable as I wanted to. I'm going to say Protoss. Okay, we already did that part. Could I fit a doodad here? Very small chance there's some doodad. That would block pathing. It's kind of scuffed, though. Could I maybe do... Yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird looking, but it kind of works. Can I do anything else? Would that be better? It's about the same. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like that one. Yeah, it's an air conditioning. It kind of almost looks like you could maybe enter through this if you were small enough. Like it's a passageway or something. Yeah, I'm not going to do this in this map, but we do have the ability to place like neutral niduses, and any player can use them, so you can just send them through the map and stuff. There's a lot of things that we have access to that are neutral fields. I bet you we could do periodic recalls with Xenoliths. Neutral Xenoliths would periodically recall at an area. And it would pull allied units through there. That would actually be kind of neat. I don't know if, like what the use case would be, but that would be pretty cool. Oh yeah, I think... I don't think it's fine. I think it's fine if you drop up here. I don't want to stop that. It's not like it's right next to a base, so I'm not really that worried about like IMBA or whatever. I do think that that provides a nice little bit of grounding to the area, though. Like it's not... There's a little bit more cliff here. It's not just like completely open, so I think that's helpful. Because this map is pretty open, all things considered. Let's go ahead and open up do we want to put any neutral assets anywhere where you need to see things? We have to reveal this for all players because they might actually be revealed by default. I guess I should. I'll manually reveal everything here and then see if the other side is revealed on the other axis. Well, there's a map where there's a neutral hostile diadem, the ion cannon. So I already did, I guess, like a way wackier version of that. So maybe like wish granted. I don't know. I don't know what you make of that. Yeah. It turns out we only just didn't like that guy. Thanks for getting rid of him for us. Bye. Yeah, it's called Court Martial. I think you can find it in Class 3. It's a 4-spawn map, so you could do free-for-alls on it. Technically, one player can command the diadem and lift it off and go fly and try to kill people with it. People were telling me that if it's a player slot, they should spawn with like a spotter unit, like a Trojan or something that can scout. It's so stupid. People have definitely done some memes with that. All right. Oh, one thing I forgot to keep doing, I should be doing this when I can, is there's an issue with Knife's Edge. It says Force 4 is Witness mode. For some reason, Knife's Edge has a problem where this is the AI triggers, the player in it. I think it has to be 13.1 or something. Witness mode is not working properly on this. It looks like I'm only supposed to bother setting it to 1 in that way. Like, what does my trigger do here for witness configuration? Witness mode 1, force 1 to ally, on shared vision, 1 for geyser. Huh. I wonder why it sometimes will still show the witness in the scoreboard. It's the same stuff here. I guess it's allied victory instead of ally, but that shouldn't matter. Oh, I love that they, Oh, so this would be why. This trigger should only be owned by Force 1, not all players, because it's overriding the witness mode configuration so that they still show up in the score screen. Okay. So that should fix that. And I don't know about Punch Drunk, but it might have the same thing going on. What the fuck? So player 1 has 2, 3, and 4. Player 2 has 1, 3, and 4. Player 3 has 1, 2, 4. Player 3 also has 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3 is actually supposed to be owned by player 4. It's just a busted trigger. Comment is F2 or F3, but it's supposed to be that, and it's not correct here. We're supposed to set the Vespene Geyser Death, but that's done in all players. What is even the force configuration here? Because that's running for Force 2. Let's do this. Okay, so that fixes that weirdness. This just needs to be owned by Force 4 now. I did think it was really funny when I We tried Ride of the Valkyries for the Wolfix versus Oya part of the show match a while ago, and we didn't even have that map configured properly for witness mode. That's how infrequently it had been played. Everybody just gave up on that layout immediately. They're like, screw this map. Kind of a good map. Kind of epic. All right. I'm going to go ahead and... Oop, this is the wrong folder. Update those maps as well. Okay. Alrighty. Now we can close this. We didn't need it for anything other than the triggers. I'm gonna jump in here and see if is working properly. Yeah. So we see these because they were revealed, but we do not see these, even though they are here. So. That's a problem. Ancient artifact. Oh, that's pretty thematic for the middle of the map. We could also, if we wanted to, we could... You know what we could do? You were talking about, like, a Giga Bunker. We could put a Tensender up here that's neutral. That could be pretty good. What's up, Grass Eater? I mean, Grass Eater. Sorry, Jackie Langsky, I just called you that by mistake. You're now Grass Eater. You're Oil Eater. It's easy to confuse you two, you know? Okay, let's find the unit ID for the Tensender. 408. All right, and then, of course, we can't just let them discover this on their own. They need a map revealer. Like, you talked about a fucking flag. I think the Tensender is the flag. Let's go, boys. Frog. I feel like you should be able to fit Drakidans into less, you know what I mean? We gotta make a balance change real quick. Hold on, guys. I was gonna do this anyway, but I'm here, might as well. I don't know if I'll change that for the Order of the Sacred Saber Dracodon. It's kind of ridiculous. Hey, what's up, Souls? Up. True. Oh yeah, the Hierophant also requires... I feel like the Hierophant should definitely only require 3. I just kind of assumed the Hierophant required less space than the Dracodon this whole time, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, this does mean, though, that the Dracodon counts as the same space as a Zealot. But honestly, Dracodons are just a weaker unit to drop, in my opinion. Because they have the ranged, DPS and stuff. You know? Okay. Oh yeah, and I guess since Solstice also reminded me, by existing in the chat, that we have the new models for Artisan and modified models for Legionnaire, Architect, fixed engine, improved layer color, muzzle. Cool looking fraud champ you got there. As Terran, you can also repair it, so it's kind of super good for them. Okay. I don't know if I want to make any other balance changes before the show match. I am thinking about some improvements or revisions to, like, asset seizures and stuff related to, like, Reclamation. Honestly, Reclamation doesn't come up very often anymore, despite people thinking it's really powerful. It's kind of funny. I feel like the Mind Tyrant stuff is very... It might actually normalize, even though it's pretty potent. Some of the games I've seen lately, like, Protosses have been checked by their Mind Tyrant movement. So maybe it's actually not that OP. But anyway, I'm thinking of ways to make it more interesting. If you have one add-on, are you able to get the other? Yeah, you just need to do a different structure for it. Does that mean you get 3 Dracs in your Envoy? You can indeed load 3 Dracodons in an Envoy now. That's the balance update. Yeah, there's no... you're not locked out of making, for example, the Scrapyard if you make the Palladium or vice versa. You just need a second Fulcrum for it. And they all unlock for everything. Yeah. See how much... how many doodads we can have. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it. Really feels like buried treasure. Sunken, forgotten, unearthed. These ones don't block pathing, so I'm not too terribly worried about them being symmetrical or whatever. It might listen, that change might need to be rolled back, but I'm gonna need to see some evidence. People ain't dropping shit these days. And I think they oughta. Faction Wars Blackjacks, but you feel they're awkward in their role in normal play? Oh, you're talking about like the Golden Republic Blackjacks? Haven't seen them as often with people opting for Palladium instead. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think, like, people are down on Blackjack because they lost one range. Part of me feels like they'll, like, the movement speed and buff that they got in exchange for that is still pretty good, so I'm waiting to see if they end up changing their mind, you know, changing their tune or some such. Maybe they'll figure something out over time. Who knows? Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, Draconids are pretty tanky units, so it can be pretty challenging to actually uproot them from a position if they are able to... If you're able to throw them into a spot that's, like, a little bit unexpected. Obviously, I think about how many resources that costs, and I'm always a bit curious about, like, okay... Like, can I hold an attack then if it comes in, you know? No. Not saying it's a bad move, just that it's kind of underexplored right now, to be honest with you. I'm hopeful and optimistic about what Han Mono said recently about he really likes the game. He wants to play it a lot, and he wants to do some gaming, play some tournaments and stuff. South Korean pro gamer, very cool to have in the community. Can't wait to see him show his stuff. Maybe Cosmonarchy is his game. And, you know, I don't know how serious he is about any of it, but he said, he's like, I will be a pro in this game. I was like, hell yeah, brother, speaking my language. But he also said he was going to reach out to some of his teammates and see if they're interested in playing. And that would be really cool if we can get that happen. It was Solstice who put us in contact, so you guys have him to thank, or curse if you get outmoded by Koreans, you know, if the South Koreans come in and just suddenly whoa, I was winning before. I'm not winning anymore. What happened? Yeah, pros are definitely coming to play out. Any chance this map would have critters? They do still block pathing. Oh no, I guess that's a good question. I don't think critters block your building anymore. They block your movement, but that's maybe a bit more acceptable. Like if we do a Rhinodon 111, like look at this guy. He's in my way. Wow, he was in my way. Never mind. What a fucker. Get out of the way, asshole! I'm trying to build a structure! Fuck you. So you can do that, but you can't just build a small structure. Oh, probably if we try to make like a stockade, we can. The Rhinodon apparently has Vespine gas cost. And I'm being told I can't repair him. Yeah, Godweed, I agree. Turns out you can't build on top. Yeah. All right, well, I guess you found the answer there, didn't you? No critters. In StarCraft 2, they try to like flee the player keep away from the player and stuff. That's probably a good change, but replicating something like that on short notice, yeah. So I'll say no chance right now, but any chance in future, yeah, absolutely. If we can find a way to add critters without it being annoying. The way that they do it in StarCraft 1 is funny. They spawn them hallucinated, so they eventually dematerialize. They just despawn after a certain amount of time. I find that a little bit funny. That critter you saw? 'Twas only a phantom. Then you get into, like, mechanical critters in Warcraft 3, and you're like, shit, the sheep is a spy from the humans. I guess you wouldn't talk like that if you were one of the other races.
The sheep is a spy from the humans!
And then Thrall says, I am sheep. And then a lawsuit is filed over stolen breast milk. I think that's how that goes. Does he have a critter? The critter command? Can you still spam click critters? I don't think we deleted that code, but they are different unit IDs now. So unless they're checking for like a critter flag or something that we already have hooked and replaced, it probably doesn't work. That was only client-side single-player stuff you can do though, so I don't know the answer to that, to be honest. We should probably re-add that if it isn't a thing. I used to think all that stuff was stupid, but those Easter eggs are honestly what a lot of people remember about the game more than anything. It's not exactly the same thing as like free money, but if somebody's just like, yeah, you just get people having good memories about your game, and all you had to do was make the critters explode in a nuclear blast that didn't do any damage when you clicked on them too much. All right, sure. You got it. Have fun. It was a lot of visual. It was a lot of clicks. I mean, it was. It's actually based on how many times the sound file of their unit response plays, funnily enough. So if you replaced the unit response with a really short sound, you could spam click it in record time. What if you try to build on critters and then they explode? Yeah, with the nuke, but it actually blows up and they're like, they create the Morningstar impact and you just get irradiated at the beginning of the game, right? That'd be pretty good. This jungle grass will look a little bit different than people probably remember, and that's because it's technically on the Badlands tile set. Because in Cosmonarchy, we don't believe in mortal limits for our tile sets. So we just put like installation and Badlands and jungle all together. Yeah, the mode would be called Fallout. Get fucking random hit squads of critters that come in and start eating your workers for dinner. Dinner sounds really good, Raid. I don't know what it'll be, but it sounds good. All right. It's not honestly that much visual detail. We could definitely use some more. That's all right. There should be like the workers should turn, or the there should be like a Jakulansky unit. I don't know what it would be called.
Jaculine.
It just doesn't have the ski at the end, you know. Or maybe we take out the J as well. It's
Aculine.
and it just comes in and starts like subsuming your unit, turns it into an oil puddle, causing all of your other units to slip up and slow down.
Jack.
Yeah, the idea of having like overgrown tiles at the extremis here is pretty neat. It wouldn't take too long. I'm going to do some more work on this, but I do have to pop off because the store I have to go to tonight is going to close in a half an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that right now. But before I do, I'll go ahead and sync our changes that we've made in pre-release. I think the only thing I didn't test right now is the sound effects for the game that I've added. I'll go ahead and boot up the game real quick. A pretty funky soundtrack I was listening to there. All right. So if you guys strain your ears, you may be able to hear the ambient sound effect of the stockade. It plays for a little bit too long. That's something I gotta fix.
You want a piece of me, boy?
This one's a bit harder to hear, I think. Probably gotta boost the volume of it a little bit.
All right, bring it on.
Oh, and we have a bug with that one. It's good to catch that. Just forgot to do data entry for it here. Yeah, I guess this sound needs to be boosted up in audio sound, volume as well a little bit. But it's there. No. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and sync that change up to pre-release as soon as I get back from my walk. And when I come back, it'll be time for some more work to be done. But I'm going to end the stream here, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time for the show match. That is in 13 and a half hours from now. There you go. There's your quick maths. I will catch you guys very soon for that. It's going to be a fun time to see the StarCraft 2 pros in action. And thanks for hanging out with the stream, guys. GG.